speaking, we had the award function in this hall, and I was speaking to all the branches and the branch leaders and the study circles. I said, like, there is a satisfaction that I have done so much. But then when I look at and sit back, there is a long list of to-do which is still pending to be done. And there's so much more which is required to be done, right? When I meet practicing CAs in the smallest town and cities, they are always very unhappy in terms of GST audit nahi hai, tax audit ka limit बढ़ गया, returns nahi hai, client 2 साल बाद पैसा देता है, कोई 100 रुपए में returns file करता है. Are we going to live a life like that? Are we going to live a life like this every day, every day? We are all chartered accountants. There are so many opportunities. You're in, like when you talk about the whole of ERM, enterprise risk management, control, self-assessment, internal financial control, SOX testing, you go and every organization wants you to go and depot audit, warehouse audit, checklist audit, and huge numbers. Samsung does 4,000 store audits every year. Okay, OYO property does 2,000 audits, continuously keeps on doing, and there is so much more which we can do. So I think let us ensure that, and I'll also take responsibility. I have decided that next 2 years, I continue as a council member. I'll go to various branches, various study circles, talk about opportunities for chartered accountant, talk about tools and technology which can be adopted by a normal practicing CA as well. We are organizing so many courses as well on the technology and a lot more. And of course, I cleared my CA in November 94, about 29 years experience, and of which 25 years in internal audit and risk. So I'm again an internal auditor by heart. So on internal audit also, I'll go and speak on various this thing. Generally, as chairman, I decided that I'll not speak or make presentation, and WIRC council members don't do. But yesterday night, I thought, like, why, if I'm here, why don't I take the opportunity and share a few slides with you for 5-7 minutes. So let me run at least 3 slides on internal audit quickly for you. Sachin, with your permission, and Gaurav, thank you for all the support always which you do. And allow me 3 slides, and I'll try to set the context for the day. I'll not take much time, but I'll do it quickly, and maybe some other day I can do a full session as well. And I'm sure during the day, Sachin, Koushik, Anil are here. They will touch upon. Bhavin has also come. Welcome, Bhavin. So they will all touch upon few of these. Light. Screen. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mishra ji. I know I got delayed a little, but actually we had a program on FEMA also on the 6th floor, and there was no central council member or regional council member to start that program, so I had to go there. That was also at 10. But let me skip this slide. Okay. So where are we and what is audit 4.0? Maybe some other day. But yes, when we talk about in an internal audit, risk assessment, planning and sampling, process walkthrough, control assessments, and reporting. There are so many tools which are there, and people have started using a lot of these tools. So the question is, are we using few of them? Do we do a risk assessment? Do we do a risk-based IA plan? Do we pull out a audit universe first and then identify what are the risks and do the rating of the processes? So there are tools available with risk heat maps, risk quantification, qualification, and there is a lot of social intelligence. So like generally people say if there is cash, then cash siphoning can happen, this, that. So various industry, what are the various experiences which are also there in certain tools. On sampling, we can do analytic procedure on the whole population. And according to me, IDEA is a good starter. Of course, before that, Excel, macros, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP we can do. And we should use Power Queries, Power BI, and Tableau. At WIRC, we started a course, part 1, where we teach Power BI, Power Query, Tableau, 6,000 rupees, 40 hours. There is one more course on coding using Python and SQL. And we are again launching both the batches. And coding using SQL and Python is only again 8,000 rupees, 60 hours, Saturday evening, Sunday morning, you can sit at home and do it. And you will be able to write multiple queries on your own and keep on running it and doing during the course of your internal audit. So I think I would encourage you to do that. And of course, there is SIS on statistical sampling, selection of samples, and there is an SIA also on like analytic procedure. Process mining tool. During the day, if it gets covered, good. Someday, otherwise, we'll again include in your this thing. So like there are the likes of Celonis, where the client organization can implement what is the process they want people to follow, what is the process that is being followed, and what are the exceptions, and where are the bottlenecks. So there are these tools which can be incorporated into the normal ERPs. Okay. And of course, with data analytics, a lot of data discovery, etc. can happen, and we can take it to the next level, and we can also convert it into a continuous control monitoring. If you're doing call center audits, there are thousands of people taking calls, doing inbound, outbound calls, and talking to people and selling products. Now, for 1,000 people who keep on doing for 12 hours or 8 hours into 324 hours, do you need 1,000 auditors? The answer is no. And there are these type of tools which record everything. And if someone uses a cuss word, if someone uses something else, if someone shouts and the volume goes up, all of those calls will be like identified, and then an auditor can listen into them and see if there is something wrong. So all of those can also be done. And there are record share and those type of tools. Virtual inspection. During COVID, we saw on TV, the Mumbai police using drones to take photographs in Dharavi, and they identified that children were playing cricket inside. They did not want to go inside because there was risk and you could not go into the small lanes, but they used it. Now people are using drones to take photographs. They can even barcode, they can scan the barcodes for doing physical verification of inventory. Okay, drones are also using to send the rays down to see like how much metal or mine you have inside if you are purchasing a particular mine. So I think utilization of drones, virtual inspection, again, integrated analytics and integrated assurance people are talking about. One database for fraud risk, for internal audit, and for ERM, and creating RCMs where all the risk will be populated by everyone. Okay, again, a next area of practice for all of us who are in internal audit. And people have started doing analytics as a service as well. So which means you write queries on procure to pay, or you buy an idea tool, you write your queries, 50, 60, 70 of them, and then you sell that service. Clients can bring the data, or they can share the data on a common drive. You can download, you can run the queries, and you can give them the exception report and charge money for that. Okay. Of course, dynamic dashboards, workflow automation, and there are natural language processing based, NPL based reports as well, or the report writing. So there are a lot of tools, and we can speak about all of them in detail. There are these illustrative on each of them. Okay. Some of them, but there are multiple more tools which are available. Let me only take one more slide. So the whole, see, when you look at the first block, the last slide, I'll stop after this. Anything, whether it is Tally, whether it is SAP, whether it is Oracle, the database is there. The first step, I think, of course, as an internal auditor, when I start a procure to pay or order to cash process, I'll go understand the IT environment in the organization, understand the process that is being followed, understand the organization graph. But then post that, if I know X, Y, Z is the data which is getting captured, I'll tell them, okay, I want PO number and date, I want PR number and date, I want GRN number, I want this, I want 3 quotations, comparative statement. Now, 3 quotations may not be captured in an ERP, that you will have to see physically. You will have to see the purchase committee minutes physically, possibly. So whatever comes out, that you will ask by way of data. But before that, is the data clean? Is the data correct? Is all the fields which you want are whether being updated or not? So one is that, then extracting the data. And data can be extracted even using an RPA bot now, and many organizations are doing that. So you just push a button and the bot will pull out all the data which you define and put it into a place, and the bot can automatically run the queries and give you the exception report. Or you can use the bot only for extracting the data, and then you can run the queries. If it is R software which you're using, then you'll have to run the queries. And if you're using something else, SQL, then maybe the queries can also run on their own, and you can even use a Tableau type of a thing. Once the data is extracted, again, data quality, all the sequence number checking, X, Y, Z, whether all the fields are updated, you can check the quality and completeness of the data. And if there is a process mining type of a tool, it will be able to tell you whether the process is being followed, what are the gaps, where are the bottlenecks, etc. And the process mining tool is not there, then from the exception reports which you get, if there are 3 vendors selling the same product, have the purchase order be raised on the lowest price vendor. Split PO, how do you check split PO? Here the same employee raising on the same vendor can be picked up. It can be mapped to the authority metrics table, and 10%, 20%, whatever you say, if my limit is 1,90,000 to 1,10,000, all will come as an exception report. So all the queries, if they are written, all of those exceptions can come. And then once you do your checking, analysis, etc., you can even use dynamic dashboards. And now people are talking about agile reporting. Like, we don't take a word report to the audit committee. We don't take a PowerPoint now to the audit committee. We take the whole database and we use a Tableau. And when we talk to the audit committee, you say like, okay, more than 1 crore purchases from 5 vendors. And all of a sudden someone says, "Acha, 80 lakh ke upar kitna vendor hai?" Drag, drop, change the number. And you say, okay, 13, whatever, tuck. So that way. And you'll have to use this Tableau, dashboards, whatever, to show on regular basis. So again, dynamic reporting. So people are using process mining. They're using RPA boss to extract data. People have started using Power BI, Power Query, Tableau, and XYZ. And there is so much more which is happening. Are we there? That is a question. How do we start on that journey? How do you adopt small things? How do we use it while we do, if we are practicing while we do audit for our clients? And if we are in a large organization in internal audit function, then which when to start, where to start, and what to do. So I think I've taken enough time. Let me not cut more into the speaker's time, and thank you very much. Let me stop here and over to you, Gaurav, again. Thank you. And Sachin, Koushik, extremely sorry and for being patient with me. All of a sudden, I wanted to speak on a couple of slides today, and thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, I take this opportunity to introduce our speaker for the first session. Our first session will be on how to draft SOPs and key issues in drafting the risk and control matrix. We have with us CA Sachin Maloo for our first session. He is the managing director with Protivity India and has over 18 years of experience in advisory. He has advised several large Indian organizations and multinationals operating in oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, logistics, FMCG, and manufacturing sector. His competencies are internal audit, enterprise risk management, controls transformation, designing of SOPs, and process reengineering. After spending 15 years across Big Fours, he is now leading the key sectors for the West region for Protivity. We welcome you, sir. I request Murtuza Kachwala, sir, to kindly welcome him with a memento. I invite the speaker to start with the session.
Welcome everyone. My thanks to all the participants who have come here for this particular training on the weekend. And in case you have any questions on any of the slides, more than welcome to listen to your questions and giving a clarification, in the midst of my presentation, because I believe once the presentation and maybe, else we can keep a 5-minute question and answer session as well. Having worked in risk consulting for the last 20 years, I have an opportunity to support a lot of organizations on designing their standard operating procedures for the first time, as well as a lot of opportunities where, the organizations needed a significant improvement in their policies and procedures for different reasons. As a consumer, we may walk across different retail stores, we may go on different e-commerce websites, but what we generally expect is a very standardized experience for us. The same is the case with SOP, irrespective of, different locations in which a company operates. We will always expect that, the So I think the focus is, irrespective of the number of locations that a company operates, ideally our processes has to be consistent. And unless you document the process, you are always under the mindset that, everything is running fine. But once you start this entire initiative, you generally realize that things are not as clear as you would have thought about it, right? While, from a top management perspective, they may expect that, there is a lot of clarity, the processes are very structured, but discussing, with the people below, with the mid management, with the lower management, you realize that over a period of time, there is a lot of discrepancies which has, come. As an organization grows, there are people who change, there are issues with the handover of, processes. There are people who come with different experience. They try to, use those experience while executing the process in your company's operations. And because of that, the expectation that, what we had started a few years ago in a particular set of activities to be performed, there is a lot of errors and a lot of, personalization which happens in each and every process. What the standard operating procedure generally does, it gives a clear instruction to each of the people within the company, within the team, on what is expected from them, in terms of operations. It gives a clarity. It gives a clarity for each of the people, what is the input which will come to them, what is the set of activity which they need to perform, and what is the output which will go from them to the other function or other team member. It's an enabler to, prevent risk in the process, and that is the second section which will come, which is the risk and control matrix. So if we are preparing the process, we will try to document something very robust, and as well as, making a balance between robustness of control and flexibility to ensure that, at least if the process is followed, the probability that anything goes wrong reduces a lot, right? And to ensure that this happens, we put a lot of controls in place, some of them preventive, some of them detective control, and some of them monitoring control. While preparing this process, we also evaluate if a lot of activities is being done manual. What is the root cause for it? Is it that your existing ERP, by design doesn't support those processes? Is it that, there are a lot of companies where, at some point of time when the ERP was implemented, maybe, at that point of time, due to various constraints, people thought not to enable certain functionalities of the ERP to have a better control, to have a manual control. But does that truth, does that limitation holds true today as well? So in most of the organizations that we work, we see a lot of activities which are being done manually, which actually can be done through the system. And once we speak to the team, they tell us that, 4 years before we didn't have the right people to do it. 4 years before there was some constraint because of which we wanted the system to be more liberal, with less control. but it is very important for everyone to evaluate whether that those limitations are required even today as well. What start so, so this is Murphy's law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. So this is the third mic I am trying. So largely any ERP implementation, the day the transition or, the new ERP is being planned or evaluated, everyone is worried that, whether this ERP will hold good for me or not. And to ensure that, the existing team uses the new ERP, they try to find a balance between the old ERP by relaxing some of the controls or some of the configuration which the new ERP would have provided, right? And this holds true at some point of time. People change, people becomes, more amiable to the change management. And if you look at it 2 years down the line, you will realize that, there are a lot more options, lot more controls, lot more configuration, which, the new ERP has been providing, by design. However, we have not activated it, right? So importance is also to ensure that, whatever is ERP enabled can be evaluated doing it in the ERP. It will make it more efficient. It will make it more productive, as well as, the entire, I would say the benefit of implementing of ERP can be realized. While designing process, we also ensure that, there is an integration between various processes and various functions as well. So if some document, post VRN, the bill has to go to the finance team, it needs to be, at least those touch points are covered to ensure that, it is done in a timely manner. A standard operating procedure ideally covers a lot of different sections. From my experience, and it all depends on, what the organization wants. But my experience is, generally an organization will want a policy section. A policy section will give a general guideline on, each and every process, how a process, what are the basic principles on which the process needs to follow. How these basic principles will be adhered to is the procedure section. So they will actually say, if my basic process is assuming at least 3 quotations to be obtained if I purchase something above 1 lakh of rupees, how to ensure that, we obtain 3 quotations in an effective manner is something which a procedure will document. So procedure will say that, we should have against every item, we should have at least a number of vendors who are empaneled. We should ensure that RFQs are sent to those vendors. If the vendors do not participate, we should have a no regret mail from those vendors, a regret mail from those vendors. We should ensure that, all the vendors who are participating, they should send us the quotation in a particular manner. Maybe the technical part different, the commercial part different. And at the end of it, we should at least have 3 quotations of vendor of similar size. It cannot be that, one vendor is a listed company and other vendor is someone who is very small time and may not be commensurate with the size of the company, size of the customer. Apart from procedures, we also document the authority metrics. We document the KPIs for the process. So the parameters on which you will evaluate the efficiency of the process. We also document templates, the formats, we document the MIS reports, etc. So particular, standard operating procedure gives an end-to-end view of, the entire procedure to be followed. There are a lot of organizations who has also requested us in the past to document the risk and control metrics as a part of my SOP. Particularly after the introduction of internal financial controls as per the Companies Act 2013. So, along with the SOP, people can document the IFC. It gives a listing of the risk and controls which needs to be tested as a part of my IFC implementation as well. So largely, this is my experience of, standard operating procedure and what are the constituents of it. So generally, how do we ensure that the procedure section of standard operating procedure is written properly or, written in a manner in which it gives a complete understanding? Having started work, 20 years back, there's something which I was told at that point of time is, to follow a particular acronym. It was called IARPR. I was who initiates it, needs to be documented. A is who authorizes it, needs to be documented. R is where is it recorded? Does it go into the system? Does it go into the Excel sheet, etc. needs to be documented. What processing happens within the system or within the Excel sheet needs to be documented, and where is the reporting happening. So what is the output of the process? It becomes the initiation part of the next set of activities. So generally, whenever we document SOP, we ensure that these 5-6 things are definitely documented, which will give a complete understanding to to the people who are reading the SOP. In terms of few of the learnings in the last 20 years is there are a lot of organization who also tells us, please write the timelines also. So if someone has received a document, please mention that, he needs to process it in the next 24 hours or in the next 48 hours and pass it on to the next department. If we are preparing a budget or writing a process for the budget, they tell us, please tell us the date by which initial budget needs to be sent by the first department to the controller or to the CFO team for further discussion. So it also, along with a complete understanding of process, also setting up a timeline. As the organization grows larger and larger, I think that generally the challenge is always about, movement of data, movement of documents between various functions. So by putting a timeline, putting a TAT in place, turnaround time in place, it also helps in stitching all these gaps between different processes. One of the biggest learning, and I think if you start, on this journey of designing SOP, at least 50 to 60% cases will be there where if you go after 6 months, you will realize that no one has followed the SOP, right? The SOPs were prepared. It goes into, if it is a soft copy, it is there at the server at some place. If it is a hard copy, it keeps on finding places in the cupboards. And over a period of time, and obviously there's a lot of hard work which goes in preparation of SOPs, and you will want to see it implemented. I think few of the learnings, of the last 10-15 years has been that as a preparer, most of us, when we start preparing SOP, we prepare it from our angle. We do not look at the SOP from the angle of the people who actually need to follow it day in and day out, right? For example, maybe at some point of time, SOPs which were being made, it used to be a 100-page longer document, right? Today, if we go to a startup, with a very, I would say, more creative mindset, we do not expect them to read a 100-page document, right? So for them, largely, as a first phase, what we tend to tell them is prepare a 5-page document. Let us implement the policies first, right? We prepare the policies in a greater, in a more detailed manner so that at least the first building pillar of a SOP is done. A lot of these SOPs, and people have made it in Word, I have made it in PPT, I have made it in Excel, I have made it in Visio flowcharts. We never realized that SOP is a document which needs to be kept alive. As a consultant, we thought our job is to prepare a SOP, deliver it, do the trainings and workshops, get an approval from the management and move on, right? But SOP is a document which ideally, will be alive at least for the next 3 to 5 years, by which time we expect the management to have the next round of SOP improvement. And our learning was, maybe we are very good at writing the English, but maybe we do not, from a company side, from the client side who were actually supposed to implement it, the effort that they had to take to keep these SOPs updated was, much higher than, the effort that we took while documenting it. So maybe if you prepare something in Visio, we generally go and tell the client that you will need a Visio license also. When you update the SOP going ahead, you will not only have to update the policy procedure section, you may have to update the flowchart section as well, right? So it helps that, when you document the SOP, you look at it from the client perspective, you discuss with the client what is it that they actually want. There are clients, or there are companies who want, where the owner, the top management want everything to be detailed, so that the person doesn't come back and tell them that I didn't do, right? In those cases, with all the caveats, and we try to explain it to the management that, maybe the person who prepares the SOP will move out one day, but they will have to keep it alive, right? And those updation will require a lot of efforts. And there are companies which say that, we want something which will be implemented. So we try to put something on the PowerPoint, something which is a 10-15 pager, which cover all the points, but, just not making it too verbose to manage. Putting the narratives and the flowchart again is a duplication. To do the duplication at a design stage is very easy, but to keep on updating at 3 places simultaneously and being not the preparer of the document when, someone else try to do it, for him to understand the linkages is very difficult. Right? It's a challenge between flexibility and detailing. Yes, sir. Yeah. So, and as I said, it all depends on the top management. Most of the cases where the SOP will finally fail will also not have a strong sponsor at the top, right? If the MD, the CEO, the promoter, if they say that this needs to be done, right, people have to do it. But over a period of time, people keep on coming with, the SOPs may have got approved under pressure or due to paucity of time, due to paucity of diligence from either side, right? But once you start practically implementing it, right, then people realize this is the problem, right? At that point of time, again, to go back to the management, say that, this is something which was not envisaged at the time of preparation of SOP becomes a difficult task, and slowly some parts of the SOP started becoming obsolete. So it is important that, and, we try our best to do that, but it is important that, once the SOP is implemented, to keep engaging, the stakeholders for the next 3 to 6 months, and, maybe Koushik will cover, the entire effective implementation part more. But as I said, the level of detailing, understanding the people who will read it. So, for example, if I have made SOPs in Gujarat, right, I will prepare it in English, but I will prepare also another version in Gujarati, right? So that people follow it. Many of the SOPs, if it is a large program, we will have placards to put, in the plant premises, in the operations, so that few of the messages of those SOP, it is there in the face of the people in the language in which they understand. Okay? To prepare SOPs, I think it requires a lot of detailing, it requires a lot of discipline, I will say, but the challenge will always be, to get it implemented. The challenge will always be to, keep it updated, and that is where most of the organization fall. Any other experiences people will want to share? Yes. So a lot of times, when the core work that I do is internal audit. A lot of times, when you go to a person and you tell them, this is a mistake which is happening, right? The person says, मेरे को किसी ने बताया थोड़ी काम कैसे करना, right? मैं तो अपने से सीखा हूँ, right? And to avoid this issue, is why you require a SOP. So at least he has a document, even if, for example, one person is resigning, other is coming back, even if there is a time gap in place, at least he has a basic document in place from which he can understand it. Right? And the moment you give a person a chance to say that, मेरे को किसी ने बताया नहीं है काम कैसे करना है, I think all the processes in the organization will go for a toss. And every person is experienced, is coming from different background, right? He has learned something in his previous company, which may be a more practical, more easier option, but he will implement it in your company without any approvals, right? And all of these are interlinked. So if all of these are interlinked, one person breaks the chain, somewhere it will have an impact, in the entire process. And if it doesn't have an impact, then the question is why that process was also required. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Hello. Sir, you said the SOPs we prepare, they become redundant over a period of time or they remain somewhere and they are not being used. So what is our course in that action? Do we have a plan like that to ask the management or the client that, okay, we are doing this SOP now, but there is a timeline, say 3 to 5 years, we'll have to revisit it, because if it is a cost issue, management may not take it in that perspective. What is your experience in that case?
Sir, I will try to break it into two parts. The first part is SOP was prepared, but hardly implemented at the start, right? And I come from a consulting background. I can tell you if anything like this happens, the first impression is that the consultant has not done a good job, because management is not asking the SOP to be prepared just for the sake of preparing, right? They want to see it implemented. At the time of maybe, defining the scope of, or the approach of SOP, it is my job to tell the management that, we will take an approval from your HOD. We are okay to have 3 sessions of trainings, right? We are okay to sit with you after implementation for 3 months, right? So that if you have any questions, any queries, we can have a help desk for you. We can have an on-call advisory for you, because we also don't want to spend 6 months, right, on preparing SOPs for different organizations and see that it is not implemented. And from a management side, the challenge is, they have spent money and they have not got the benefits at all. Right. And then I think the blame at the end of it, can be spread between the management and the consultants. But as I said, the pride is in getting it implemented. The knowledge or the brain is in documenting it, but the pride will always be in seeing it implemented. Also, I think most of the management realize that, the way the entire external environment, internal environment, all the emerging technologies, the Alteryx, the RPA, the automation is there. Every management understands that, or at least they are aware that every 3 to 4 years, they need to have a relook at the process to see whether the process, it stands true in today's time, right? So every 3 to 4 years, they will realize that, a lot of work which was being done automated in a manual manner, which may result in delays, which may result in, inaccuracies, can it be automated? And I think generally, over a period of time, people change organization, people come from different organizations, and they will generally highlight that, the same process can be done in a better manner or is being done in a better manner in any other organization as well. I have answered your question, sir.
He's not aware about the particular process. Okay. So, like, do organizations have the training sessions at some frequency to avoid this scenario?
So when a new employee joins, there are 2 sets of things he has to know. One set of things are the mandatory things which an organization wants him to know, and this may not be related to performing his work, right? So this will be the code of conduct, this will be the whistleblowing policy, this will be to how, he will get his salary, which is a standard training, which is called the induction day program. for him to understand the work that he needs to perform, he will have to sit with his team leader, he will have to sit with the person from whom he is taking a handover, right? And superiors. This is largely a one-to-one interaction which happens. And the moment it is interaction, confusions are bound to creep in. The moment it is documented, the chances of confusion reduces. Right? Because the person who is giving the handover may not be in the best frame of mind to give a handover. And the person who is taking the handover may not be in the, in the right context, or, he's too new to the organization to understand the nuances. Right?
Hello. Yeah, see, before you formulate the SOPs, you need to have a clear-cut understanding of the existing business processes and the risks also. So, do you carry out a risk assessment prior to this framing of this SOPs?
I'll tell you, and maybe I will move a bit above SOP. The entire journey of an organization ideally will start with a risk assessment, which forms a part of the enterprise risk management, right? As a part of enterprise risk management, you will identify all the risks at a strategy level, at a functional and business process level, and at an operational level, right? At a strategy level, you will decide whatever, you have to do all the controls. Whatever is there at the business and functional level, it will go to your internal audit plan, right? And for your internal audit to work, first you need to define the process. Else, as I said, there are many instances where a person says, there was nothing which was told to us. And if you say that, even the biggest of the mistakes needs to be ignored. A company may have suffered huge financial loss, huge operational loss, huge gross negligence of, work that has been performed, right? And I was speaking to my forensic partner. He told me, that today everyone is so intelligent that if there is a fraud with a malified intent, and if you do not have an SOP in place, and the person knows that, he has to admit to it, he will admit to negligence, saying nothing was told to me. This is how I did the work. This has happened, but then nothing was told to me. So I did it as per the best of my capability. Maybe not, it may not have resulted in the best result for the company. So everything is a circle. And this is the start of avoiding that circle. So primarily, the SOP will give you, excuse me.
We were implementing first time SOP and first time documentation, all these things, because company was going to list in SME exchanges. So they asked me, okay, you will come and you will increase our documentation, you will increase our performance things, and again, you will waste our time. So how we will approach them for first time?
So company has asked to prepare, right? Or they were evaluating?
Yes, just MD asked, and MD gave us the scope, and MD gave us that assignment. But ground level, they told us that you are going to increase our work. How we will approach them?
So I think even when you are documenting the SOP, there are 2-3 things which, or 2-3 objectives of documenting the SOP. The first, and increasing the work would mean if you're documenting on behalf of the process owner. So first of all, you are the one who is doing the job of documenting it. Now, either the objective is to document as is procedures, in which case I think you're just taking the time, but not increasing their work, right? And there are a lot of organizations who also take this opportunity to identify how I can do the same process better, right? That is when the objective becomes documenting the to-be procedure, right? Not documenting how we are doing it today, documenting what are the changes required, in my process to make it more efficient, to make it more ERP enabled, to make it less manual, right? In which case, I think if, as I said, if the toning from the top is there, that this is what needs to be done. And if the processes become more efficient, if it reduces the work of the people, then obviously, I think it can be contended that, it is decreasing the work rather than reducing the work. If the entire documentation is very detailed and as I said, the client is taking the ownership of managing that documentation for the next 3 to 5 years, then it is a very difficult proposition because as I said, maybe from a consultant side, the way they write in English versus, the person who is updating the SOP on a regular basis, it will become very difficult. And once the SOP is updated, I think there are a lot of consultants, lot of auditors who will come and who will tell you that you are not following it. It is better to agree and approve something which is expected to be followed. So yesterday I had a meeting at one of my clients. They gave me a 2016 SOPs and they said, it is dated. There are changes after that because they implemented SAP after that. They gave me 2018 SAP blueprints saying this is what we planned at the time of doing the SAP, right? And they said, 2016 SAP SOPs, my procedures, we have tried to update it internally a year back. But we don't know what has happened, in the last 1 year, if something has been, again, I will say changes would have undergone. So my first recommendation to them was give me one document. Don't have 3 documents because as an internal auditor, and in this meeting, the stat auditor was there. So we need one version of truth. Even if it is not truth, we will update it and make it truth. But if you show an even 3 set of documents, generally the inconsistencies between three documents will anyways be too big for any of the management to close, right? As an auditor, as a stat auditor, tax auditor, government agency, anyone will come and say, this is the document you are following, or the second document or the third document. And if you pick 2 of them, there will be a lot of inconsistencies which will come. So honestly, the work gets increased, right? Because to have the liberty and the flexibility of doing the thing like, a particular process owner or HOD will want to do, right? Versus I would say the balance of control that the management wants. And SOP also includes designing a template, so something which may get documented in a piece of paper versus preparing a better quotation comparative statement, right? So obviously the work is more in documenting the quotation comparative statement, and it has a lot of benefit to the company, but may not be to the particular process owner, right? Knowledge harvesting, putting the right data in the right shape, in the right place is also a very critical task today, so that people can get the benefit of it going forward as well. Looking at the process maturity, there are organizations who take the step one saying, I want to document something, very basic standard SOP. There are organizations which says that, we want a very matured SOP, benchmark it, with the best of the companies. One of the challenges also, the format in which you want an SOP, right? There are people who prefer hard copy or who used to prefer hard copies in today's time. Generally, people want it to be stored in a particular server so that everyone can access it, whoever, needs to access it. There are a lot of organizations who have also implemented a bot, a chat bot, which will read through the SOPs. You put a question, they will take you to the, right section in the SOP. There are a lot of organizations who have put chat bots. You ask a question, it will find an answer from the SOP. So depending on the need, depending on the investment, depending on the maturity of the people who will be accessing the SOP, any of these bots or any of these tools can be looked up. Why RCM? So if we are preparing the SOP, we will, at least the basic expectation is if someone follows the SOP, nothing will go wrong going forward. How do you determine it? You document everything which can go wrong. You document all the controls which are there in the SOP. If something is missing, there is a risk against which the control is not there, you go back to the SOP and update. right? If for a particular risk, there is a control which will detect the risk rather than prevent the risk, we evaluate whether I can put something which can prevent it rather than detecting it, because the impact or the loss, will already have occurred. So when we prepare a RCM, we document all the risks, we document all the controls, we document, what is the type of risk, ideally whether it is a financial risk, it is an operational risk, it is a compliance risk. We document what is the type of control, whether it is an ERP-based control, whether it is an IT-enabled control, IT-dependent control, whether it is a manual control. We also document out of the entire list of risks, whether it is a key risk or a non-key risk, which means whether it is very critical for the organization or not critical for the organization. Because going forward, at least the organization will focus on ensuring that the critical risks are always functional and always under the focus of the management and the auditors as well. So just I think a basic format. As I said, it is very important to ensure that wherever the controls are in place, let us evaluate if there can be a preventive control rather than a detective or a monitoring control. So it helps in preventing anything from going wrong rather than something going wrong and then you realizing that it has gone wrong. So it is more beneficial. So when we define an SOP, we try to put everything on the preventive side, and it goes hand in hand with your ERP functionalities as well. So a lot of ERP functionalities are, designed in a way that it will prevent something from going wrong rather than detecting later, if it has gone wrong. So I think this slide only focuses on how SOP and risk and control metrics are important for each other. Every time when SOP gets updated, you need to go and evaluate again in the risk and control metrics whether the controls needs to be updated or considering the risk how it is, whether the control is now strong enough to prevent or detect the risk. So it is more like a, both of these document goes hand in hand. Every time, a new risk is identified in the changing scenario, some law has changed, some business, requirement has changed. It is important to go back in the SOP and see whether the control is being covered in the SOP or not. Just few common mistakes, I think, which I have already covered verbally. Ensuring that, the language is in a manner, in which it can be understood by the reader of the document rather than the preparer of the document. I think this is one very important single factor, which helps in ensuring that, the SOP is implemented. I'll open for questions. So that is a delegation of authority matrix which I spoke about. So delegation of authority matrix follows different type of formats. One of the format is what you are speaking about, which is the RACM matrix, where you will document the responsible, approver, consultation, and information. So depending on the size of the organization, right? In fact, in yesterday's discussion as well, the question was, should I put a RACM matrix in my SOP or should I prepare or should I consolidate all of them and put it separately in a separate booklet called delegation of authority or delegation of power or authority matrix? My suggestion is, depending on, and there are a lot of organizations who don't prepare end-to-end process, who prepare function-wise process. Yes. If it is a function-wise process, both the flexibility to keep it in the process or keep it as a separate document. If you are preparing an end-to-end process, so you do not expect a finance team to go and check, the procurement part of the process. In that case, it is always better to keep it in a separate document. Never keep it at two places. Effort in updating it. Because to update it in one place, people will know where to update it. But if you have to update it in multiple places, having those linkages, having those discipline and time, across a span of 3 to 5 years becomes very difficult.
If there are multiple processes, so we have to put the name of the person responsible, who is the maker, checker, and approval authority, or whether we have to
If
put the department name only.
Okay. Department name, definitely. I think the question is whether you will put a designation or name of a person, right? If my company is big enough that there are 10 executive finance, and if the roles are divided in a manner that, Sachin will do something, Koushik will do something different, so that there is a SOD segregation, then it is better to put executive finance and with a name, right? If my company is not that big, right? But somewhere in the mid scale, where you can put a designation of a person, put a designation of a person. But realize that designation of a person, ideally the changes, will be required as and when the promotion happens, changes will be required every year. However, if you put a name of a person, every time a person leaves, it has to become a part of your integral process. That every time a person is leaving, the HR exit checklist should also have check the delegation of authority. If his name is there, replace it, right? I think the core is to make the SOP simplistic is don't duplicate same thing at multiple places. If you're comfortable with a flowchart, keep a flowchart. If you want a narrative, keep a narrative. But don't write the same thing again and again. The size of the document reduces.
I think there was one on common gaps. There was one point mentioned for lack of testing. Could you throw some light on that?
Which one?
Lack of testing, second from bottom.
So I'll tell you, most of the experience is that your SOP gets approved, right? And these are largely in terms of to be SOP, not as is SOP, because as is the way in which the organization is functioning. But once you start working on it, and every process in our country will have different modalities, right? What will get documented is, one type of process, and suddenly you realize, there is a variant of it. And this process does not work in that variant, right? So to conceptualize that variant at the time of preparing the SOP, right? And sitting with the process owner, understanding all the variant, understanding whether, this standard set of activity will work across in all variant or not. That is what we mean by lack of testing. And this comes up the moment, you say the SOP has to be implemented from 1st of March, suddenly 2nd of March, 5th of March, 10th of March, you realize there are certain variants which were never informed to the person who was designing the SOP, right? I'm telling you, there have been instances, not the best examples, but there have been instances where someone has documented the SOP, they take 3 quotations, right? Did not qualify it, did not create any exceptions, right? And I think when you document procurement, you say 3 quotations. But the person didn't create an exception that these 3 quotations are not to be taken for internal auditors, for legal firms, right? For high-end legal firms. And suddenly there was an exception. So next day they went, and the SOP also mentioned take L1 out of the 3, right? So the next year, there were multiple firms who were called, multiple firms who were bidder, and they complied with the SOP. And we lost the project. This was 15 years back, right? But what we are documenting, and the moment there is a legal case, you cannot go to L1. I'm saying internal audit is still okay, right? Depending on the criticality of the subject, depending on the criticality of the litigation, you may want a different category of lawyer, right? So these are all variants which happens. When we are documenting a process, we think a plant or particular location in mind. We forget that, even in head office, there will be people who will order a stationery, right? From the admin team, from the HR team, someone will raise an order for a placement agency, From a finance team, someone will raise an order for audit or legal, etc. So all these variants are something which, if someone has experience in understanding all this, or someone goes back to the trial balance, people can do that. But I don't think, utna in-depth mein nowadays people look at. Yes. Any other?
I have a question. Suppose if company is following RACM and does not have any SOP, so what are the risks involved in that?
So RACM focuses only on the controls. It doesn't give you an end-to-end visibility. Right? So it will, out of the end-to-end process, it will keep on picking something, but you will not have the start of it, you will not have the end of it. Right? So that is from a documentation perspective. And as I said, if you want to have a value add or some benefit of SOP, if you write it end to end, you will realize that there are no lapses. There is, the interlinkages are strong enough. It is time bound. And that is when you get the benefit of the SOP. We have tried everything. That's all. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Friends, for our today's session in internal audit, we started with Murphy's law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. But I think the reverse of Murphy's law is that everything that has to work will work. And sir has set the stage for that with a detailed presentation on SOPs and RACM. I request my colleague CA Mustaqim Sheikh to please offer a well-deserved vote of thanks to sir.
Thank you, Gaurav. So SOP and RCM being two important pillars for an internal audit, it is very important for us to have a detailed understanding on how to draft SOPs and what things need to be kept in mind while drafting risk control metrics. I take this opportunity to thank CA Sachin Maloo for delivering a wonderful session. I also thank the audience to keep the session interacting by asking a very good questions to have the understanding on the subject. I again thank CA Sachin Maloo for answering the questions of the audience very precisely. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Mr. Koushik Balasubramanian to come on the dais. I would request CA Gaurav Save to please present him in moment as well. Before that, I would like to introduce Koushik Balasubramanian, sir. So, Mr. Koushik is a managing director in technology, media, and entertainment and telecommunication practice at Protiviti in India. He's a graduate in computers, masters, and business administration, and a PG certificate holder in senior leadership program from XLRS. He is having more than 19 years of professional experience working with a broad range of global and public-private organizations, helping them deal with their most significant business risks. Koushik has diverse experience in industries like telecommunication, telecom infrastructure companies, internet, and broadband service provider. And prior to joining consulting practice at Protiviti, he has worked with Bharti Airtel, Idea Cellular, and Tata Tele Services in revenue assurance and billing operational verticals. I would now request CA Gaurav Save to please present a memento to our faculty. And I would request our faculty to please take charge of this session.
Thank you, ICI, WIRC, and I think all the organizers and all the audiences here. I would love to take questions more so that I think these theories get into everyone's mind. I hope many are here with lots of experiences and few are with the starting of their careers. I would try to make justice to this 45 minutes at least. And so thanks a lot again. Hello. So I think my friend Maloo has spoken on what is SOP, RACM and everything. I would just like to start with just a question on the forum. So I would like to ask if somebody can answer, why do you need a policy and procedure? If anyone can please, so that we can set the context. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great, great. Mitigate the risk. Perfect. Different answers. And I'll tell you, in my 19 years of experience, I have done n number of engagements in this site. And the various thought comes from the different kind of people in a particular organization. The management wants to have a control on the process going ahead. The internal auditor wants to set stringent conditions so that the function performs perfectly fine without any risk. The process owner, he's having a different thought, right? He first gets scared. If somebody is going to interview me, somebody is going to try identify what am I doing. And sometimes he gets a less confidence whether am I doing something wrong, why this exercise is being done, or what is the process, and what will be the outcome. At some point of time, people even start thinking कि मेरा job को भी तकलीफ तो नहीं हो जाएगा, right? So that is the thing. So there is a 3 dimensions over here, but the actual thing when we speak to them is when it comes around, right? So what I have learned over the years making it, I also done, I went, took an engagement and started writing policies and procedures across. But eventually in the last 19, 20 years, I also evolved a lot. And now what I think is a policy and procedure requirement is required to enable that organization to do its activity in an easier way, at the same time to have control over their activities so that the organization doesn't get into any risk. Right? So that is how I feel. Most of us feel the policy and procedure, if we build, we can have a control, but more than a control, you should also see how that business can be enabled by putting those policies and procedures. It should not be a restricted document, or it should not be a document which restricts people to do something. It should be a document to enable people do in the guided manner. That is what I have learned. I think all 3 covered, all 4 covered. That is how I see when I get into any engagement like that, right? So as I said, that different people have different dimensions. Management is so easy to convince by putting up so many slides we consultants normally do. They are very happy with the jazzy slides we present and they're okay for the engagement. But the actual issue starts, I think somebody asked in the last session, when we get onto the process owner, right? How to convince him, why he will help us to do that engagement in the right way. What if he doesn't open up so that I may not document a particular activity? He might be doing 10, he might be only saying me 5. What about the next 5? So why will he help me to do that, right? Ultimately, I'm a medium to do that engagement, but the ideal owner is that person, right? So exactly, we also face these challenges when we get onto that place, but we have to convince him. Until and unless we don't convince him that, boss, we are here to review the process, what's being done, and help you with those improvisations which can make you a hero or a champion in the organization. That's what the magic words we say to sell the project, I'll tell you. Okay, I'm being very open. But that is the truth. Until unless I don't make my end customer a hero, why will he support me? Right? And that's when he opens up. Yeah, I do all these activities. I do these 10 activities. It's more painful. These two activities are more painful. I need help in that. So that's where we also come in and say, boss, yes, we can do this way. We can change this. So, and the moment when we I think now in today's world, digital transformation, automation are very famous words, right? And the moment we start using these words, the scary part gets more. You say it's going to be automated, I'm going to be removed from the subject, right? So we need to put that in place and we need to say, boss, we are going to automate certain things, what you do daily, 100 times. We want to reduce your time in that, and we want to use your time in a strategic way where you can improve the process or help the organization to make that process effective, and you can do more work on that. Okay, so that's how we try to convince those people so that we can get to that level, right? So I don't have many slides. I put very less slides because I would like to talk and I would take more questions. So as I said, why we need a policy and a procedure, or what is the trigger for any organization to get into this kind of engagement, right? Somebody wanted, their MD was saying to write an engagement, right? So these are some of the points which I put in from my experiences, right? So why an organization requires a policy or procedure is there might be different individuals doing the same thing in a different manner, right? They don't know what will happen if they do it in the right way or if they do it in the wrong way, both, right? So they might be saying, I'm doing the right thing, but what will happen? They should understand that they're adding value to the organization. That's when they get more interesting in doing something better, right? And what will happen if they miss something or if they don't do something but in the right way? It might create a reputational risk to the organization. What will happen if, so you might say, that's fine. I don't care about what the organization reputation does, but ultimately it ends up to his job, right? So we can see nowadays what is happening across. So we need to inculcate these kind of things when we get onto these engagements. The maximum time taken is convincing a process owner than writing the document. That is the truth, right? Third, incorrect or inappropriate activity, as I said, if the end objectivity is not known to the process owner. So what is this? Going to add value to organization, or you put the organization to risk, right? Now the fourth one is very interesting. Nobody owns the activity. I joined an organization, I have given a particular activity, I just go start and doing it. If something goes wrong, I say, he has given me this activity, I am doing it, or it is written in the document, I am doing it, or it is nowhere written, so whatever I am feeling, I am doing it, right? This is what the answers come in. But you have to inculcate the ownership. I am doing this activity, something goes wrong, I stand first to the organization, says, boss, I did the mistake, now I own it, now I get it rectified. You might be fired also, but that happens. But owning it will create a trust on you from the organization side or from your manager's side. So I have learned, I have lied a lot in my school times and college times, right? Mummy, papa ke paas sab log karte hi hai. But I put up a record that the day I joined my first corporate life, I stopped lying and I taking up all the ownership of whatever I do in the right way or the wrong way, right? So I think eventually over the years, even in the last 13 years with Protivity, I have created that trust with my client. And when I go to my client's place for any discussion, so he feels that if this guy says it is done, it is done. It is not done, he will clearly come ahead and accept what this is not done. So that trust builds. If once the trust is built, if you have a policy, if you have a document, if you have a process or not, the management is going to be very much in a safer hand of an employee. That's the kind of trust. Documents, as Maloo said, I think if it is a soft document, it is put in some server. If it is hard, it is kept in a locker. But the document which transfers into trust is where you build this entire piece. So, but yes, then why you may ask why you need a document, right? What if I leave the document? Who is going to own that trust again? How? Who will take the time to inculcate those kind of things to the next person? That's where you need a document which specifies each and everything, particularly to the next. So that's where the change management comes in, right? So you need to own it. Every document, as somebody was asking it, who will own it or who own the finance, the function name needs to be written. Of course, the function name to be there, the person who is dealing, not necessarily the name is required, you can put the role. Ideally, I try to put the role in place so that the document doesn't need change again and again when there is a change, right? You can, in the case of systems also when you use, so every document has the systems which are involved. You can even put the systems also in a role-based kind of thing. Like if you are using a Oracle or a SAP, you need not write Oracle system, you can write it as an ERP system. So you need not change the document again and again, right? So those kind of things need to be there. So the ownership also will fall in place. Who is the owner of this document? Who is the owner of the particular activity? That is the level of definition. So a complete document cannot be owned by a particular guy who does the activity, right? So the ownership goes to the CFO. The particular activity may be the finance man. So that's how it needs to be defined in an SOP and policy document, right? So the another thing is what else can be looked into while performing the activity. This have a document in your place. When you put the procedures, what needs to be worked, right? When you create a vendor master, what needs to be done? What kind of documents needs to be taken? What kind of data entry should be done? How the bank account number can be verified? These things when comes into the document, people can think more. People can see how, whether the PAN number entered is right, wrong, whether it has 5 digits, 5 letters and 4 digits and last letter. So people start thinking that way. So I'm just giving a very genuine examples. We can talk more on when we come later. The next is, as I said, complications in change of guard. Change of guard is like the person moves out or a new leader comes in. So how will we go and educate? A document is an easy way to make him educate at a very faster manner. Irregularity resulting in risk to the organization, as I said, if it's not being done in a proper way, it may go to, it may create a risk for the organization. So your policy and procedure document will have all these things. It will have the objective, why we are doing that document, why we are doing that activity. It will have an turnaround time for each and every activity. It will have the ownership. It will have the risk and controls. So everything is there. And it will also have the periodic information by when these activities need to be repeated, right? So activity can be repeated once in a month, once in a week, every day. So those kind of information will be there. So irregularity is where you say that you have to do this every 15 days, but you're not doing it. What will happen? You may say nothing will happen. No. So you may not know now. You may know after 6 months that 15 days lapse has created a huge loss. So those kind of periodicity will happen. And the last thing is, what is the effective date of the document? That needs to be very much specified when you create a document. You cannot just release the document. You need to say this document is effective from this day, right? And also, at some point of time, you need to also mention when you have to relook this document. After a year, after 2 years, or whenever there is a change required. Right? So these all things comprises in one document. That's why you need the document, because a guy doing an activity will not know all these things in his mind. So that's where you need a document which needs to be properly documented, approved, and then circulated across the organization. Now, policies and procedures are 2 types of that. One is a policy and procedure, which is organization level, like your HR policies, travel policies, which are circulated to all the employees at once in a year. Then new employees join, they circulated. There are other policies and procedures which are functional level, which is created once and relooked in a different periodic manner, right? So we will get on to how to implement or how to ensure that how these policies and procedures will be looked into, right? So I'll stop here. Any questions or anything you want to ask at this point of time? I think if we understand the basics, I think the rest of the slides are just to relook it. Yeah, please.
That in a hospital scenario, because the hospital is JCI, international certification, the discharge patient time is tagged to say 2 hours when the bill is finally submitted. This is the policy at the top and has to be adhered to. Now, when it comes to the actual functionality, the person who is at the billing level, he is not able to gather the data on that particular time. So there is a conflicting scenario where the management, because it is having an international certification, wants to adhere to the policy, but at the same time, at the functional level, it is not translated into that. Because the policy is to be, tailored to such a way that it should be actually possible to discharge a patient within 2 hours from the time the doctor says, yeah.
So exactly, I think, sir, that's a wonderful point. We all face these situations when we go to hospitals, right? So, so that's why I said, sir, when you do any policy procedure, you should try to enable that function in the right way, right? I'm putting a 2-hour block to complete the entire chain as at a management level to get myself certified internationally or whatever it is, right? So I don't that aspect, I don't know that aspect, but that's fine. So I just want to ask you, sir, 2 hours is 2 hours is specified by the international certificate? Okay. So I would say in a normal scenario, in the past, wherever I have done, so we can either change the timing to 2 to 4 hours if we see the pattern, or the second thing, what is that, like, you can look into why it takes more than 2 hours and start digging up and say, this is what the things which are leading up to changes, where they may need automation or where they need some kind of changes so that this 2 hours can be achieved. And yes, in case 2 hours is not achieved, what can be done? That can also be documented in a policy and procedure so that it doesn't come in an internal audit report that out of 100 patients you have looked into, 80 patients you have breached the timeline. So we can change the timing if it is not internationally defined as 2 hours, so that, so I'm not saying that 2 ghante ko 8 ghanta kar do, right? But you need to also look, as you said, really practically, how big is the hospital, whether they can get into automation, whether they can spend for automation or not. All those business contexts can be looked into, and you can tweak the policy so that you can achieve those timelines, and you also don't get into some kind of deviation kind of thing. Or if you feel that deviation is there, you have to live with. So precisely RCMs, we say there are some risk you have to live with. So these are certain risks where you say that we know this management that it takes 3.5 hours to complete it, and we are happy to live with it. So that is something which you can't change, right? Unless you have a broader perspective to go ahead and change your process, which are restricting. And that's where this thing comes. When we go as consultants to review this process, we come out with those kind of gaps and say, you have defined 2 hours, but your particular this activity takes some 2 hours itself, so you cannot achieve that in 3.5. Either you change this or you change that. So that is what comes in a policy procedure engagement, what we normally do it. So that's my answer. I hope I could try to cover it up. Yeah. Anyone else? So I think we'll move on. It's again what I spoke is it's put in here. I hope it is visible. I'm sorry if it is not. So this is a entire life cycle of a policy procedure engagement. So as I said, the policy and procedure is designed to enable people or employees to operate in a guided environment, keeping the business context at a higher importance and sharing responsibility or ownership of the activities performed in the interest of the organization. I think when we sign our appointment letter, we say we are going to work in the interest of the organization. That has to be kept at core, right? So the life cycle starts at a feasibility stage where the organization sees whether I can go ahead for this policy procedure. Can I get the buy-in from the management? So whatever things come in, whatever we need to handle it and we need to complete it. Now, whether you are going to do an entire policy procedure for the entire organization or a particular function, which needs to be taken care, that comes in the feasibility stage. Audience, you need to be very careful. A same guy in the finance, you create a similar kind of format for a audience. You cannot create the similar kind of for an engineering guy, right? You need to make it different and much more creative. That's how it is. So audience, you need to take care of whom you're going to enter with. In a telecom perspective, if you are going to give this document to an engineer who goes to the tower sites and repairs, he will say, he'll just put it across and say, boss, mere ko nahi samajh mein aata hai. Right? So you need to identify the audience to whom. Basis that you have to change the document, right? Formats, as I said, whether you have to put it in a Visio, in a flowchart model, or you have to write down steps and tell him these are all the things you need to do, you have to again define. As I said, in a vendor management case, you need to define what are all the documents you will take from a vendor. Otherwise, that procedure is not required. You can just say you have authorized documents you need to be taken from the vendor. What authorized document? Who has authorized it? You need to define it. That's where a procedure comes in, right? So that's where we differentiate from a policy and a procedure. Policy is at a high level, how you work, but procedure will say what you will work, what all the things you will take to combine it and do it, right? Accessibility. I think Sir Maloo also touched up. You create a document, physical, online, whatever it is, and you put it somewhere. A new person joins, he is attached to a guy who is leaving. He'll say, okay, he will explain you the activities. This Chinese whisper happens there, right? Out of 10, 8, 9 will go. 8, 9 will also be incomplete. So once that guy goes, the problem starts there. Achha, ye to mere ko bataya nahi tha. So that's where you need to create that accessibility. How you implement these policies? Once these policies and procedures are made, you cannot just circulate it to the entire gamut of people saying this is the policy from this effective date, this is going to be starting, and you guys read through it. No, that is not the way. You need to engage them. You need to make them feel that I am part of this document, right? So what we do, we take training sessions for them. Once the document is ready, signed off from all the process owners and management, we individually create those groups to whom we can train the entire set of documents in a different way so that they understand what their ownerships are and how they are going to act. Now, ownership is not only that particular activity. Ownership is what kind of information you are going to receive in, how you are processing it, and to whom you are giving it. So this entire chain, you have to make them train. Now, of course, you say in a 10,000 employee company, you cannot train everyone, but you need to find pockets. You need to find those supervisors to whom you can train. If that doesn't happen in an efficient manner, you can go to next level, but you cannot train 10,000 people, right? But so you need to create those training sessions. You need to put those documents in a accessible folders where people can go and read those documents, right? Here comes that differentiation, whether it is an organization level document or a functional level. In case of organization, I think HR normally sends these documents or these links to every employee every year and says, well, you have to read it and you have to acknowledge, right? In case of new guy joins with his new joining email, these policies and procedure links goes and he should mandatorily go and read it and acknowledge it that, yes, I have studied it, I have read it, I understand what it is, and I will abide by all this. This is an organization level. Where it comes to functional level, we create these problems that the documents and the links and the process are not given to those respective guys and they are just taught by the ex-going guy, or if the guy is already left, somebody else, his manager will say that these are all the activities you have to do it and this is the way, right? And he is given a document, read it through. So ideally you need to create, if you want to have the rest of the period in peace, you need to spend that particular 1 day or 2 day with that particular guy to make him understand, boss, this is the activities you have to honor, and these are all the outputs we require from you, and these are your clients. So you need to make him understand. Most of the times we in our corporate life say, मेरे पास time नहीं है, तो मैं document दे दिया वो पढ़ लेगा. That doesn't work. I'm telling you that doesn't work. I have experienced it in a consult and just throw them into projects and everything starts from there. They don't perform, they perform irregularly, inappropriately. Then you have to go and spend more time on them to make them read, nahi, aisa nahi karna, aisa karna chahiye tha. So it is not their mistake, it's our mistake. As managers, as leaders, we need to get ahead and say them, boss, this is the way you need to work. You take 2 days to read the document. We will sit across, we will understand. You have doubts, we will clarify. Then you start your job. It will be only 2-day delay. But if you don't do this, you have to spend enormous time with this guy, and you have to go and start working on all your risks again and again. You will get internal audit qualifications and all those things. We don't want to get into that, right? So this document, it's a Bible again. You need to read it, you need to get through it, you need to teach it, you need to take feedbacks and all those things. Then only this document create value to the organization. Otherwise, this is just a paying exercise, nothing else. As the training, acknowledgements is taken, control measures. So every document will have its own RCM. Again, some organization doesn't create RCMs with the SOPs, but most of them do it. When they create a process document, they create those RCMs also. So what are the control measures? Is it in context with the organization, in context with the risks, in context with the controls, what they want to do? So the control cannot be automated. The control cannot be anything else, right? It should be real, aligning to your organization objective. And finally, testing. So how frequently this needs to be tested? What kind of outputs are there? What if there is a deviation happen? So every time when you create a document, just be in a clear mind that deviations will happen. This is only a guiding document. Deviations will happen. But what is you are going to do when a deviation happens is what needs to be also mentioned in the document. You can say that this is the rules you need to follow. But if something goes wrong, what needs to be done? So that is, I think the new world is like that. Everybody knows what happened 2 years back. Nobody had a control. Now the new world says, what is the recovery time? Uncertainties may happen. But what is the recovery time? That also should be very clear in the document, that how we are going to arrest the risk which is coming. And risk, again, you can't say when you create a document, your risks are eliminated. So we use a very, very fancy word. It's a mitigation. You cannot eliminate any risk. It will happen, right? But what level, what quantum, what volume? Obviously, yes, we can work on that and we can mitigate it. As some risk, we call it as residual risk. We have to live with, the management knows, so we will live with those risks. But we know that is going to happen and that doesn't affect any of the things, right? So that is how it needs to be taken care of. Finally, reporting. Reporting is when, what, how frequently you need to report those things to the management is how you need to take care. And change management, I think we spoke. One is change management inside of people. How will you handle it? How will you hand over? So we have that HOTO, right? Hand over, take over kind of scenarios. And the second thing is when there is a huge change in the organization level, you are building a new ERP system, you are bringing in automation. So all these kind of changes, whenever it happens, you need to obviously go and update your policy documents also, because there might be changes. And every 5 years or every 3 years, you can go ahead and relook the entire exercise. I think somebody asked that within a year, if you want to change, what will happen? Within a year, I'll tell you, there will be no great change. A particular activity or a couple of activities might change, that you can amend as a single pager with the approval. But after 3 years, I would say yes, we need to look, because today's world, you have changes very faster. So after 3 years, you can relook it and you can change whatever is required. The entire document may not again undergo a change until and unless your entire organization systems are changing, people are changing, structures are changing, you may have to go and change it. So that's how the change management happens, and that's how you need to follow up. Again, I'll say there are certain manual interventions. Everything cannot be automated, right? So this implementation of policies and procedures needs to be taken care or honored by a particular guy, not only the function. Ideally, the internal audit team or the risk management team takes care of these kind of aspects and say, okay, I'll look into these policies and procedures every year. And now I think with IFC and SOX coming in, people again read through every controls and risk matter every year. So all the minor changes or insignificant changes are done at that point of time itself. But still, as a policy, you need to change. So 10 years back, there might be advanced policy with your employee. Today's world, it is not enough. You might have to go and change. You might have to say 2 months, 3 months advance or whatever you can to change. So those kind of changes needs to be taken care so that the entire process owners or the owners will feel their own responsibility to handle this document with care. So that's how it is. This is the entire cycle. Any questions, I'll halt here and we can. Anyone? Yeah. It can be drafted by a user department. Ideally, it has to be drafted by a user department, but always the document needs to have a cross-functional signature, right? Because I may write as I want to operate, but is that right for the organization? Somebody should be there to also certify. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Yes, but somebody should, as I said, somebody should review it, like internal audit team or an external party, whether that document is enough to sustain the risk, whatever is in the case. But I completely agree, if the function takes the ownership, that is the best thing, because they know in and out what is happening in that function, right? So that is the best thing to do.
You mentioned about good ownership,
Yes, sir.
ownership of the policies and procedures. So is it, by your experience, is it good that the process owner himself makes the policies and procedures rather than a third party like internal audit or a professional?
As I said to him that he can make it, but ultimately it needs to be reviewed by somebody, right?
By your experience, have you seen that it is going successful whenever it is made by owner?
So prior to Protivity, I used to work with telecom companies. I was in the revenue assurance department. I used to draft my own process, how I want to do it, what I want to do it, what are the checkpoints. But ultimately, we kept a third party like KPMG to come and certify it. And of course, I would say it with proud that it got certified without any much deviations. Obviously, they need to do their KRA also. They will say make some changes, but it is better that if the process owner writes the document, because it will be more detailed and it will be more clear. It will not miss any steps, right? But yes, to give a confidence to the management, it needs to be cross-reviewed. That's how it is. So, it's quite complex question. No, that's fine. See, COVID, that's what I said. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, even in a company, I would say like, I think you would also understand that. I think we got 10 days notice and everything was shut, right? So, so, so now it is not easy to write a document in a day. It also took for all the organizations to change. It takes some time. Like if my all employees are sitting at home, how will they operate? Now, immediately they thought we need to put those internet bandwidths in place so that my servers, my systems are captured in the right way, right? So they also evolved. It takes time, right? When something happens really uncertain like pandemic. But yes, you need to have that we can't say, go ahead and say we don't have a policy, so we can't operate. मैं एक महीना घर में खाली बैठा हूँ. So we need to start working in the same way, whatever our policy and procedure have been already defined. But now with a little caveat saying that I'm not at office, I'm at home. Now how diligently I can follow that, whatever I can do. Now again, you have to prioritize things in those happen, right? You cannot do all the activities at home, whatever you can do at office. So you need to prioritize those things, that these are all certain things which I do daily, which goes to the management. I have to deliver these aspects now. The rest of the things can be delivered in a delayed manner, not to be delivered nahi hai, delayed manner. So that's how you need to create. And I think what he was also mentioning about the government putting up all those documents in place. Government also took some time to define it. What can be red? What can be orange? Nobody knows it. Even the God only knows it, right? So it takes some time, but it is not impossible. So that is how we feel how. So now I think you used to hear virus attacks. So whenever we get into any organization, we get a laptop, it is antivirus installed, everything, but still virus attacks happen, right? So what will happen? So now the organizations have created a special team, which call this a recovery team, right? When an attack happens, how fast you can stop it. So we derive a policy for that. If an attack happens, what is the first step? To disconnect your internet. That is the first step, right? It may differ. I'm not saying it is the right way. So disconnect your internet, disconnect your mail, switch off your laptops for some time, then intimate your immediate organization or whatever happens. Then they will also start stopping their servers. Email servers are stopped for any intrusion. So that is step by step they have defined for a recovery time. Now, initially it might take 8 hours. Now we have advanced more. We take in 2 hours, we arrest everything. It happened last month. One of our senior partners got hacked. His email got hacked, and we started getting emails from his email ID or different kind of email. So when I got it, I immediately called him and said, "You send me something. What is it regarding?" He said, "No, I did not send it. Something has happened." So I immediately called my cybersecurity team. There's a problem with his email? Can you connect immediately? So he said, "Okay, don't open that email. Don't put any passwords and anything." Then I said, "Fine." Then he called him. He got it done, right? So those kind of policy and process needs to be like. So that is how we have this emergency response teams in our organizations, right? What we call it as business continuity management, right? So these kind of teams are created to come out with certain steps when things go heavy. So those are defined. What will happen, nobody can define. What I can arrest, I can define. So that is how it is done. Yeah.
They are not following that process. So ideally, what we can suggest in that particular case?
So, see, first thing you need to see whether that guy is doing an alternate activity which is good enough. You can change the policy. That is one, right? Second thing, if he feels that whatever he is doing is not correct, and if he feels doing that activity is taking a lot of time, we need to look into this activity, why it is taking a lot of time, then probably we may try to arrest that activity. We may change, we may distribute that activity to different levels so that the time taken or the, what do you feel, there's monotonous job can be removed or distributed across so that he feels the pressure less. So that's how you have to do it. Or if he's doing something really great, we should appreciate and change that policy. Yeah.
Is it true that for formulating a risk and control metrics, having policies and procedure is a prerequisite? And my second question is whether the ideal risk control metrics should have a cross reference to this policies and procedures.
Yes. It is ideal to have a policy and procedure. Why, I'll tell you. Policy, if it is a policy, if there is a policy, then only you can define what is the risk for the organization. Right? My policy says this needs to be done, I think as Sir said, this needs to be done in 2 hours of time. Right? Then only there is a risk. Right? If things don't happen in 2 hours, that's a risk. So you need that policy. Policy is a guiding document, how the organization should work. It will give it a 36,000 feet document, which says how the organization should operate.
You need procedure. Because if you don't know what is the procedure above your activity and below your activity, you cannot calculate the organization. Right? So we can say this, Sachin Maloo took it. 3 quotation. Let's take that. Right? You're a person who takes a quotation. Only take the quotation when you mark it. So you will say, I don't need any procedure document.
Take deep, right? But for what purpose you are taking the quotation, whether 3 is needed or you need more or you don't need, like appointing a legal advisor. You may not take 3 quotations usually, right? Because as per the organization's expectations, it will go to a top lawyer, which is directly decided by the manager. So you don't know, if you don't have a procedure for what you're doing, why you need that risk to be controlled. So you need a document in that space to understand why you are doing that activity, what kind of control needs to be done for that activity. And once you perform that control, who is your client? The business owners, right? If you don't take 3 quotations, how will you go and explain to the business owner what you're doing? You may say, na, the procedure says for legal, we don't need 3. We are going to the top lawyer. Now, this is the guy, is taken forward. But if you don't have that procedure, he may question you, why you have not taken quotations, why you have not reached out to multiple people. You can say, what's different in the document? And I'm going as per the document. And again, I'll say, the document says 3 quotations, not necessary you take 3 quotations. You can take 5 quotations. You may know the market. You say that 2 more people are there with whom we can go ahead and is not so the document doesn't restrict you to do something. The document brings you to a certain question to do that work in that way. What and how you can do is on your own. It's just like catching a train. You may reach 15 minutes before, you may need 30 minutes before. It's on you. Okay, once you reach 30 minutes before, what you're going to do again, it's on you. You go, you can have a snack, take some coffee, or you want to do it in the train. So it is, so this thing I normally explain to everyone whenever I go. Every activity you do in an organization is some or the other way is attached to your life. You can exactly think the way what you will do in your own life. You can replicate that. I think your control will be much more control because you get that ownership, right? In my life, I do it. मेरे घर के लिए मैं ये खरीदता हूँ तो मैं 4 दुकान में जाके देखता हूँ, उसके बाद खरीदता हूँ. The same thing transfers to quotation, right? 4 people you go, 5 people you go, then you decide on a model, the configuration, everything, then you buy it. So that's how it is. So everything is somewhere or the where related to life, how you transfer into your professional. So that's how it is. I hope I answered. I can't hear, sorry.
Everywhere, and it's approved by the board of directors. But there are certain changes by the law or some authority, just for example, insurance in the insurance sector, IAD is the authority which issued circular or there is changes in the circular. But if we include a clause in the or SOP, if there is circular or notification came after the approval of by the policy approved by the board and changes is made after 1 year, then the which is the applicable, either notification is applicable or what is the mention in the policy which is preferred.
Good.
So can we include that clause?
Yes, that's a good thing. So that's what I said, in a policy or procedure document, whatever you can detail, but certain things in case of authorities, you would say the recent amendment by the authority should be followed, right? And you can attach that recent amendment as an amendment to the SOP and say, and you say, whenever a recent amendment is received, this will be circulated to the respective stakeholders for their information. So once you receive it, you send it through. Okay, now tell me, there's a risk in it. Now, if you don't circulate that amendment, the other guy will do his activity as per the policy, right? It will be repeat for that. So those kind of things you can enter in a procedure or a policy document saying the recent document will be applicable for all those things. And in that particular document, you can say that even if you get a circular also, in the circular, if you have seen, the last line would be written that all the prior circular, this circular supersedes all the prior circular, right? So that is the kind of control you can put in your document. Anyone else? So I think this last slide we have spoken again. Maloo has also insisted on most of the things, right? So what will be the outcome? What will be the outcome of any policy and procedure? Policy and procedure is to standardize the way of working in an organization. It doesn't mean it restricts you to do that in that only way. It is only standardized. But if I have 10 branches, I want to get MIS. If I standardize the template, it will be easy for me to collate at, sorry. Easy for me to collate and report it to the management further, right? So that is why I put a policy and procedure in place to standardize it. Now, enable people or employees to operate in guided environment, we discussed. Ensuring the business context is met, each and every activity should be aligned to your strategy. That's how it is, right? Responsibility or ownership of the activities performed. Risks are mitigated periodically. Risks are identified. So if you have the control, you will identify the risks, right? And effective change management. So ultimately, the 4 great things are the objective is met, the ownership is with the particular guy, the whom the organization trusts, right? Change management is handled properly, and you arrest the risks. These are the 4 things when you create a document which helps you to go in your corporate career. I think I'm done with it. I don't have fancy slides more. So any quick questions, we can take it, or. So I hope I justified my time. I'm sorry if I couldn't answer anything clearly. I thought I have done my best. Anything, I think I am always available. My connects are there. We are happy to discuss. And I think a phone call doesn't mean only business for consulting. We are happy to help you in knowledge also, right? Thanks a lot. Thanks for this time.
Thank you, sir. Friends, indeed, when we are in the internal audit and process of SOPs, it's not only about implementation of policies, but also about its effective execution. And ideally, ideating a good policy can always be there, but unless you involve the process holders in that, it may not come out to a very effective outcome. And I think sir has dealt with it very well throughout and in his session with all the practical case studies. So thank you very much, sir. I request everybody to please appreciate with a round of applause. We will be immediately starting with our next session, and I request the next speaker, Anil Makhija sir, to please come on the dais.
or those orders are received and validated by the team. These orders are entered in the system. System should be configured with a credit policy. Whether credit sales are allowed or prepay, you need to collect the checks in advance, or advance payment is allowed as per the organization credit policy. Accordingly, so the sales order is punched in SAP or the system. After punching the sales order, we invoice is raised. Receivable monitoring is triggered. Timely dispatches has to be monitored, especially after coming of these e-commerce of the world. Inventory aging is important aspect that has to be seen. These are the 9 key processes which we have to see in the order to cash audit of a manufacturing company or a trading company. So each step we will discuss. For example, sales. So sales planning. Why do we do this sales planning? Any idea? Correct. So it gives you a production planning. Then when you say it is all, I firmly believe in this. The thought manifests the action. Sankalp se srishti banti hai. So when you have a budget, when you want to achieve certain sales, you need to have a budget. All those budgets have to be classified. So as a good internal auditor, what we should look into is in the basis of the budget, how are budget defined, whether budget covers the seasonality of the business aspect, whether budget covers whether the budgets are dynamic or static. Static is divided by 2 or 12, and given numbers are given to the sales team. Then those numbers does not really becomes actionable. While the budget has to be dynamic in the sense it has to account for the seasonality, it has to account for the exceptional circumstances like COVID or the World War, the Malaysia banning the oil export. So all those factors have to be accounted in. Moving on to next, it is order validation. So what are the order validation? Customer we have to receive order in the writing from customer. There are certain customers, for example, HUL. When HUL goes to the vendor, their distributors, they are not that literate, or they do not have that setup. They may not have that setup for giving the orders in writing. So what we do is what management does it, the salesperson from HUL writes the mail to the vendor and takes the confirmation. Why order in writing is important? Because sales order of yours is a purchase order of a customer, which is a legal binding document for them. So it is very important to have order in here. Could you be little loud, please? Correct. 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 Okay, correct. Between what? So that's what I said. It has to be dynamic. It has to come from the industry. So the budget will you need to the company will work out the annual sales of by the market consumption by the, for example, Indian market. What is the consumption in that? What is my brand? So there are certain companies which are, for example, AC Nielsen is one of the company which gives you a data statics, which brand is selling more, which brand is selling less. So you need to get into the statics of the industry and arrive at your share market, your share. So of course your that business team will sit and decide what is a achievable target or not, and what is the market inventory in the market. So certain items you have sold, but those are lying in the distributors or with various depots. All those factors has to be accounted, and then we have to arrive at the realistic numbers. So moving on to the next point, we were on the why sales order is important, because sales order of yours is a purchase order by the customer. Purchase order is a legal binding document. It is to be therefore given the very serious, very important, and the SO which is given, which is agreed with the customer, should also have a agreed lead time to avoid the or to meet the delivery timelines. Customer onboarding is a very important process, and also a good business for a small time practitioners also. So that what MNCs nowadays do is they outsource their customer management or KYC validation to the to third party, maybe CA firms or others, for validation of the KYC. KYC will include your GST number, PAN number, TAN number, the customer address, etc. Why customer code should be created centrally, to avoid the confusion of multiple customers having when you come to the outstanding, it will create a trouble at that moment. Therefore, it should be centrally customer code creation team should be centrally. Then there are certain organizations which will give you a volume discount. For example, HUL will treat differently to the HoReCa client as well as compared to the normal distributor, and then the super stockist, right? So how these models are, this pricing is worked out, whether there are system controls, whether there are manual controls. If there are manual controls, then what are the checks and balances that company has, is also should be seen. Prices should be defined on a periodical basis in the system. Best practice is to define the prices in the system and review on the periodical basis. Any credit note or any credit note should be passed through the authorized persons only. The pricing should not be changed during the invoicing. It should remain same as once the sales block is cleared. Exceptional report should be generated on a periodical basis to review the amendments in the pricing, if at all there is system allowed by mistake or by bug. The moment system should also have a logic for allocation of the inventory on the LIFO basis, or a random basis. We need to check that logic. Unless we check that logic, we may end up having an inventory of a old aged inventory, which becomes very important in pharmaceutical cases, pharmaceutical companies, and companies with warranties. Then serial number control in case of an electronic company, consumer durable goods, washing machine, fridge, mobiles, control on serial number, which is physically being dispatched vis-a-vis invoice, vis-a-vis what is invoice for, should be matched. There should be those controls. That is what we have to see. Proof of delivery should be obtained. Right. Transit insurance needs to be ensured. The event of sale should be decided at the moment risk and reward is transferred to the customer. Sales return should be properly controlled. Rate in case of sales return should be automatic, should be agreed with the customers. Sales return should be allowed only through the approvals, and reversal. When you have a sales returns, you have a reversal of the incentives, GST paid, and warranties provision. All those should be given effect. Simultaneously, when you sell a product, and if your product has a warranty, you should, the consideration of the sale should also go to the provision for warranties, not only on the sales. Then receivable management. Receivable management, when I say receivable management, it means your operational team, sales team sits with a cross-functional team, CFT, and decide the collection plan on a weekly basis, monthly basis, or a fortnight basis. The target collection is noted on the plan, and you review the actual collection against that target collection when you do the next review. Dunning letters are sent from the system. Tally, even Tally has that facility now, of sending the reminders to the customers, and SAP of course has a facility of generating dunning letters and sending the reminders to the customers. Periodically, field visits should be conducted by the cross-functional team, and including the finance, in order to understand the litigations, if there are any hidden for understanding the reason for holding the amount by the customers. It may result into the litigation. It may be due to pendency of the TDS and TCS from company side, or C forms from vendor or company side. So these are typical observation which we have been getting. Some controls like these are the important thing which you should keep in mind while doing the audit. See if you can see these checks. These checks are these checks can be misused. Okay, we have found this during the audit. There is a substantial gap between the company name and the payee. Then amount is anyway blank. These checks can be misused. So keep an eye on these kind of things whenever you come across. Then there should be, whenever the company is collecting PDC, you should be, one should maintain the PDC register. What are the inventories? What are the checks collected by our team? What are the checks deposited by us? And what are the checks in hand? And on a periodical basis, those should be cross-tallied also. With this disruption of the deliveries like Amazon, Flipkart, Blinkit, the deliveries have become very important. Timely deliveries have become very important. So one should monitor the timely deliveryness in order to keep the loyalty of the customers. So we need to validate whether that is being done by the company or not. If there are third-party vendors for delivery, the KPIs are being reviewed on a periodical basis by company. The basis of the KPI we have to get into periodically. In case of third-party warehouse management, periodically visit should be done by the representative of our company, which is cross-functional team, not only sales. Then the inventory management, whole inventory, what is the liquidation plan for the old inventory or discontinued inventory by the management? Whether periodical action is being taken on the non-moving inventory in form by giving the discounts approved, of course, through after due approval from the management. That's all for this order to cash. There is a RCM now which I would like to present to you.
Are there any questions before that? Okay. So nowadays, how do we make the RCM? Because how do we make a RCM is whatever audit we are doing, these are the risk-based audit only. So it is better to control, better to do the audit with the risk control metrics set up by the organization. Again, in that also we should collect, and we should map our checklist with the RCM. A typical RCM looks like this, in which we have a scope and scope what to check is what we have, and we have to, as an auditor, we should include. Then the source of data. This once we manage to keep this sheet, this will give us the complete control of our audit. The scope is being mapped in the against that what working we are going to do, and what is the source of data, what our team is going to check, and what is the status as on date, what is my planned date to complete this activity, whether there are any observations in this activity. All this could be your own holistic checklist wherein you can review the progress of your team. That's all. Anyone wants to ask any question? Yeah, so it is covered here. All receivables is a very important aspect of the audit. Periodically, management should meet and make a collection plan. Not management, the sales team should meet with the commercial team or finance team and make a collection plan. And tracker is maintained for the collection plan, which is being which is reviewed on a periodical basis, maybe a weekly, fortnightly basis. Against the collection, the actual collection, against the targeted collection, actual collection is also monitored.
Sir, in this process, what is the major fraud risk area that we as an internal auditor focus on that?
Please come again.
In the audit to cash process, which is the major fraud can be happen. Is a risk of fraud. So we can focus on.
So to give you example, there are
Example, yeah. Key examples.
Yeah. So for example, you get an salesperson gets an incentive, okay, for achieving the say 1,000 quantities. Say he has achieved 800 quantities, and he is in, and he may be in hand in glove with the customer, and he may push him to place an order of 200 quantities. He takes the incentive and customer returns the material. So company gives an incentive as well as you return the material. That is one possibility. You keep on dumping, which is very practical and which is very true as on date also. Last 4 days of the month, you get 50% or 60% of the sales as compared to starting 24, 26 days. So these are examples. Then you keep the payment deferring is another example. Checks management, you get the check, but you don't deposit is third example. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on the subject of order to cash risk control metrics. I think we can have a lunch break now. Yeah, please have a big round of applause before we go for the lunch break. Thank you. We'll meet right after lunch at 1:30 sharp.
यार दिस ये तो गाइडलाइन में लिखा है, मगर एक्चुअली इम्प्लीमेंटेशन तो कुछ अलग ही होता है, राइट और रॉन्ग? सो ओवर योर बाय having the experienced panelists, we can able to discuss what are the best practices which are available. So I would encourage everyone sitting over here, although after having a hefty lunch, so I said, let me take 15 more minutes and try to gear up, ask more questions and solve. Super panelists are, they will 100% will solve or they will come back to you. Super. Thank you very much. We'll start our today's discussion. There are 4 topics which I will say. First is SOP on RCM reduces the risk. So I will ask CA Kalpit Panchal to answer. Whether do SOPs or RCM, I will reiterate whether SOPs or RCM to reduce the risk of fraud in an organization.
So, first of all, I think first of its kind of panel discussion, or rather I can say the seminar is happening on SOP per se. And thank you, Bhavin Bhai, for setting the tone for the session. Your question is whether the SOP and RCM is help to reduce or eliminate the fraud. So we first need to understand why fraud happened. Maybe everybody is aware about the fraud triangle, right? There are 3 factors which is important when any employee or rather any company do the fraud. One thing is rationalization, incentive, and opportunity. What you mean by rationalization? Let's say there are 50 employees in the organization, and I give you the basic example so that you can understand it correctly. Like in case of the HRA, right? Everybody is giving the false rent receipt, right? So if all the company's employees are giving the false rent receipt, why not me? So you are rationalizing the thing, right? You will not feel the guilty, right? My boss is also doing, my colleague is also doing, my boss is aware about that what I'm doing, even though he is approving it, right? So you are rationalizing the things. Second thing is incentive. Let's say there are various KRA's defined target is there, right? You need to achieve those targets so that you will get the good incentive, you good performance appraisal. So there is a incentive or some financial benefit for that. And third is the opportunity. What do you mean by the opportunity? Let's say you are giving the opportunity to cashier to pass the cash payment entry, right? You are giving the opportunity for fraud, right? So 3 factors I have discussed. One is the rationalization, second is incentive, and third is the opportunity. Now in these 3 elements, where your SOP and RCM will help you. It help you only in case of third element, which is opportunity. How you eliminate the opportunity so that there should not be fraud? You can do this by 3 ways. Number 1, you can implement the maker checker process. You can do the segregation of the duty, right? And third is a continuous monitoring so that someone is aware about that if he is doing something, somebody is watching, or rather, even though there is not a preventive control, but there is a detective control is there.
So if today is not find out, but tomorrow he will definitely somebody catch it. So only this your SOP and risk control metrics help you to reduce the opportunity. I'm still using the word reduce. It will not eliminate the fraud, correct? Because the what happened if the two employee of the different department will collaborate with each other, then your SOP, maker, checker control, whatever control is there, it will be failed. Because a primary basis, the SOP and risk control matrix is not designed to eliminate the fraud. Understand the importance of the SOP. What is the basic benefit and what is the purpose of the SOP? Right? One thing you want to maintain the quality of the whatever activity or process conducted by the employee. Second, you can want to measure the performance or KPI or organization target, right? So when you are formulating the SOP, you do not have in a mind that you can how to reduce this fraud, but you can implementing the SOP so that there should be a proper control in place. At the same time, there should be efficiency in the process and there is a consistency in quality of the whatever activity is conducting by the employee. And third and last thing is to save the training cost. Why the saving the training cost is in right now, if you see there are continuously frequently changing in the employee in the organizations. Previously, what happened, there are one employee joined, the employee retired in same organization. Now the senior is completely changed. Now every year or a couple of years, the employee is changing. And it is very important that you document all the processes, whatever the employee have. See, over the period of time, what is the difference between the company which is, let's say, 20 years old and the company which is established in couple years ago? The one basic important point is the company which is there for the 2 decades, they have the robust process. Their SOP is evaluated because when you implement the SOP, there is a continuous change in required the SOP so that during the course of the activity, wherever you find there is a lapse, it is corrected and now you have the SOP which is time tested. Okay. So nowadays it is a SOP, importance of SOP is rather more than the previously because the training cost is very high. If you recruiting the new employee and for each and every employee you conduct the training, instead of you can provide this SOP and so that they are within a couple of days they are ready with their whatever activity knowledge they should have to perform that activity. And about the RCM, see, the RCM is a tool of the risk management. What is the risk management? Let's say you have the RCM, everybody I think understand there is a activity, there is a risk and there is a control. There is a making of control with the risk what you have. Four way you can treat the risk. One thing, you can tolerate it. Second is that you can treat it. Third is you can transfer it. Okay. And fourth, you can terminate it. I give you the example of all the four. Let's say you had designed the one process where you have designed you now know the risk and now you want to treat those risks. So first you can, let's say there is a less impact, there is a less likelihood. You can say you do not want much control in this activity. So you are tolerating it. For example, I give a very simple example so that everybody can understand. Let's say you are maintaining only 5,000 rupees with the cashier, cash on hand. So there is a risk of only 5,000 rupees. Okay. So you decide that I don't want any insurance per se because there is a risk is very low. Okay, there's a 5,000 is only the risk. Okay. Then let's say you want to treat it. Let's say you have the foreign exchange exposure, foreign currency exposure, and you want to hedge it. So you can take a forward contract and you can treat it, right? Now your foreign currency exposure is hedged against your forward contract, right? So this is a way you can hedge it. Then third thing is a transfer. Let's say you have high cash balance, or you can do not want to take any chance, you can take an insurance, cash on hand insurance, right? So you have transferred your risk to insurance company. So you can now, and third element is tolerate it, okay? Or so, rather than terminate it, you can decide there should not be any cash on hand. You are terminating this activity. There is no cash on hand, there is no risk, right? So RCM can only provide the risk what you have and give you the clear understanding what you want to treat, transfer, tolerate, okay? And there is as the Bhavan Bhai mentioned, the tone is at the top is very important. Whatever scam he mentioned, whatever company's name is mentioned, they have very good control in place, very good SOP in place, right? But even though all those controllers failed because the person who charged of the governance has done perpetrate the fraud. There is this maker checker approval process, segregation, all those will not work when the person at a high level, at highest position want to do something, right? So in my opinion, of course, the SOP and RCM help the company organization to some instant reduce the fraud, but it will not 100% eliminate the fraud. Over to you, Bhavan Bhai.
Can I say something? So, in continuation with what Kalpesh Bhai has mentioned, number one, the purpose of SOP is not really directed for identifying or even mitigating the frauds, but of course, it does help in doing so. A primary function or focus of having SOPs in any organization is to make it person independent. Erstwhile, I see some senior faces must be doing practice since the 80s or 90s. They must have seen this, that whenever they used to go to some client company, a person is working there for 20, 25, 30 years and doing the same job since the day he had joined. And every time you go and ask him something, he will say that this is I'm doing for last 28 years. Anything happens to that person, even if he goes for some yearly vacation for a month, that function used to go on toss because hardly anybody else would really know how to do that. Precisely, that is the issue typically when we are in now ERP environments. Many direct indirect transactions are impacting your own assigned function. SOP is definitely required. Second thing, when we are addressing, Kalpesh rightly addressed how the frauds take place. A particular type of fraud, which I call it as indirect fraud, that comes by way of some kind of commissions or kickbacks. That can never be addressed by any SOP or RCM or control matrix or whatever, because it will be kind of fayde mein ghata for the company. The MRP is 100, someone negotiates on paper for the company, it is 90. And then some private negotiation between the supplier and that person, if it is for 90 instead of 95, okay, company is getting 5 rupees less than MRP. And then if you point it out, he will say, oh, I'm extremely sorry, I'm not really good in negotiation, so I could bring him down to 95. But actually, the negotiation is at 90 and maybe both of them sharing 50-50 or whatever. These type of frauds generally don't get captured in any kind of SOP.
So whenever we are internal auditing a particular company, we need to keep these issues in mind while creating our own checklists in sync with the SOPs or RCM provided by the client.
Okay, so great. Now I have questions to you all. Okay, because to make the session much more interesting, how you understand the fraud. Now tell me what was the fraud in Punjab National Bank? What Milind sir has said? Anyone? You all heard about Punjab National Bank, Nino Moody. What was the fraud? No, that's what they see. So if you heard about Arnab Goswami and Majumdar, it was not the auditor's fault. We don't actually read it. So this what sir. Now the question is for you all. Okay, what was the fraud for Punjab National Bank? Huh? So sir has said that 2 employees were only running that particular function. Okay, there was no coalition between the central banking system and the RBI. So there was the SOP, there was the RBI which has given the guideline, which there was a no coalition, and the management was aware of. Borkar and Majumdar was the statutory auditor. He has come on the platform, news media, that we have already informed to the management, but we have not said. So what was basically the fraud was? I will tell you. They have not taken a collateral security. Correct? That was the fraud. Now, your organization, okay, what is the risk you might face? This can happen to any one organization. जैसे आपके CA firm के letter head पे, अगर article ने letter head तो article के पास ही रहता है, उसने letter दे दिया कि भाई CA Bhavin Parekh and Associate is liable, then what should be the control? How to first of all identify this kind of the control? So Borkar and Majumdar has identified, correct? So how to identify this kind of the control? On authorized signature article will already have the and I will stamp and authorize, we will sign. So suppose I am from KPM के sign करके, so you will accept it, no? You will accept it or not? बोलेगा, for example, XY CA Bhavin and Parekh, that Gaurav sir was there with my firm for 10 years. So you will accept? So what should be the control? See, that's the reason we are all over here, to have much more discussion, much more interactive session. So what should be the control? Huh? Correct. Serially numbered. Correct. Now, so many of the organization, I also shoot up one of the question. Okay, many of the organization or a small firm does not have an SOPs or a process. Like for an example, a commission. Okay, this is a kickbacks. This is a normal course of business. Is it a normal course of business? Whether for a Bharat Pay also, what Ashni has said, there was a dummy suppliers. Okay, dummy vendors. Can anybody tell me dummy vendors are not there in any organization? It would be there. So what should be the control? So what we do as a general practice, because this is a normal course of business, correct? So what we do it, कि मेरे पास इस चीज का control नहीं है, so I will shoot up a mail on monthly basis called as an ethics week. कि I have to frighten off कि अगर तू पकड़ा गया तो तू गया. Because the fraud triangle, and there is also a second modality. Which is the second modality? Fraud triangle and Dolph and Emerson. What is the second modality? Anyone? There is an opportunity, there is a rationalization. Okay, there is an opportunity, but I don't have the capability. C is more important. मेरे को पता है मैं ट्रेन में टिकट लेस तो ट्रैवल कर ही सकता हूँ. मेरे को लेट हो रहा है ऑफिस जाने के लिए, अगर नहीं जाऊंगा तो आधा घंटा डिले हो जाएगा. देयर इज एन इंसेंटिव, मैं रुकूंगा तो मेरा आधा दिन चला जाएगा, मैं टिकट लूंगा तो देयर इज एन इंसेंटिव. देयर इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, सामने ही ट्रेन खड़ा है. देयर इज अ रैशनलाइजेशन आल्सो, बट कैपेबिलिटी, अरे यार नहीं जाने दे, पकड़ा गया तो
will not affect you. And that is how we should do it. This as per my, based on my experience, what I'm saying it. So if you have that, because what we are dealing with the psychology of the people here. So अगर मैंने बोलूंगा कि जैसे फॉर डिमोनेटाइजेशन में नरेंद्र मोदी ने 2 लाख से ज्यादा डिपॉजिट करोगे तो आएंगे. So how many of person have not deposited? To take the statistics. How many persons as of now also don't deposit more than 50,000 rupees in their bank account? बोले नहीं नहीं ये तो 50,000 से ज्यादा तो जाएगा ही. It is a KYC option. I am buying more time for you just to have much more interactive session. That's what I'm saying it. So there are MPNLs, so much more interactive sessions. So you be all involved over here rather than just sleeping. I will say tell second control also. Okay, since there is a short of time and we have a second panel and also Mustaqin will be also be the presenter and various. So keep interactive, keep live the session. Okay, don't sleep. Okay, all are proactive, but just wanted to keep all have to be on your toes. So now, Kalpesh bhai, just let me know what are the key elements which has to be mentioned in the SOPs, where this all can able to the opportunity what the Kalpesh bhai has said can be able to reduce it. So what are the key elements has to be included?
Sure, Bhavin bhai. So I have earlier mentioned that there are 3 elements should be there in SOP with respect to control. One is a maker checker control. Any key activity when any initiator do, there should be some senior approve it, check it. Then there is a second which is a segregation of duty, which is very important. And as you are saying, the fraud, the most of the fraud happened due to there is a no segregation of duty, like the purchase department doing the vendor payment or they are accepting the goods. Then you are giving the chance to the purchase department to introduce the fraud dummy vendor, right? I give you the live example what we have noticed in one of the our special assignment. Company have very good vendor registration process, but there is a no control in place to check whether the any employee also registered as a vendor. So what happened that one person from the procurement department and store department also registered themselves, floated the one proprietor concern and registered themselves as a vendor. And since 4 to 5 years, they are procuring, the company is procuring the goods from those vendors. Now the imagine the why this fraud is happened. Even in most of the vendor registration form or KYC process, you will not come to there should not be any such field in the vendor registration form where they ask the question to the vendor whether that any you are related to any of the employee. Tell me whether in any of your internal audit assignment, whenever you have reviewed this vendor registration process, have you noticed that there is a such a specific question is there? Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the dummy vendor. This is the actual vendor who is providing the material, okay? But the employee is a vendor. See, the procurement department employees involved in the procurement activity, and when he is doing the quotation comparison, of course, he will give the preference to his own entity, right? And how hard to find out this type of fraud?
See, to answer your question, that is one of the ways or means few companies do adopt. But once again, it should be cost effective also. So the owner or the management, they always take a call that how much is the cost, actual direct cost involved in having such team. And number one, how much, what you can say, mitigation of frauds will actually happen because of this. So yes, big companies or very large companies, they do have this kind of counter department or secret department which calls independently to identify whether there are any issues, whether the information provided is correct or not. But may not be possible for, I would say, 90% of the organizations in this country, or they always talk about the cost effectiveness of that function.
So you can formulate the policy that if the organization purchasing, let's say, more than 5 crore, there should be process to do the formal background verification process from the third party. So that if there is any such dummy vendor is there, you can identify that. Okay. But as I am mentioning that there is no such process in right now in any of the company that find out that the vendor register vendor is also related, or rather the own employees register his own entity. This is highlighted during this special assignment because the management feel that something is wrong is happening, and they given this assignment. And we have compared the employees PAN number and the vendor's PAN number, and we come to know that this proprietor of this particular vendor is also the employee. Okay, it is very difficult to find out because in normal circumstances also, when we do the procurement audit, we do not have the data of employee, right? The PAN number of the employee, and we are not able to do this type of activity. And even there is no mandate per se. When we do the internal audit, we not from the eyes of the from the management eyes, we are doing the audit, internal audit, not the fraud review per se. So this activity is not a per se mandate when we do the internal audit, but this is a type of the when we see the loophole, then there is a, as I said, the company which is established for the couple of decades, they know that this type of the fraud is possible to happen. So they have introduced the field that whether the you are related to any of the employee as well. If a vendor fill up that form, and if he is related to any employee, then he will further investigation and then decide whether we need to register this vendor or not, right? So I think the SOP and RCM needs to be evaluated time to time basis based upon the various internal audit observations internal audit provide, and we can make this SOP more effective. This is a continuous process. See, this when even though there should be a revision on year-to-year basis, because there should be a possibility that there is a change in the laws and regulation, there is a change in processes. Many times we have noticed that they have changed the system. Let's say they move from Tally to SAP, but they have not changed the SOP. They have not updated their SOP, right? There is a, let's say there is a recent, I tell you the example, there is a change in the small and this MSME related this 43 section, they have, so whether we have now the adding the control in place that on monthly basis, the account department will review and see that the payment to the MSME is made on time. So that should not be disallowed based on the payment basis at the year end, right? So I think, as I mentioned, there is a maker-checker process, there is a segregation of duty. Those are the basic elements should be there. And two more things, that the SOP should be simple to understand. You should not make it very bulky, and should not use the jargon so that it understand by the user and wherever possible, you provide some examples so that it will easy to understand, and there should not be any clarity issue or confusion. Yeah.
Great. So it was really very nice. Now we will understand with Milind sir with respect to the framework. Okay. Now what would be the framework to control this kind of the issue? Yes, sir.
First of all, let us keep in mind that SOPs, once the SOPs are in place, all controls are in place forever, shouldn't be our consideration. At times, Hindi movies, they come out with some good dialogues. When we are time and again referring to frauds and opportunities and capabilities, etc., in some movie, I don't know, I don't watch many movies, but somewhere I heard a sentence from a villain that जहाँ पे आप सोचना बंद करते हो वहां से हम सोचना शुरू करते हैं. And that is exactly the fraudsters they do. When all auditors they stop. No, I think this was some Kabir Bedi kind of dialogue, little older. Sorry, maybe. But the crux lies in revisiting those SOPs, revising as per the new changes coming in the organization. And at times we have seen certain incidences that, okay, the SOP was in place, fantastic SOP, it was going on well for some time, and then something really went wrong. Of course, it was not at all detrimental to the P&L of the company. Nothing was, but still fraudsters could make something out of that. I'll just quickly give you a live example. A company was doing some machining on castings. All of you knowing this. So the castings were of about say 2,800 grams, and the machining, when some scrap is generated, the leverage was given that the final finished casting after machining will be somewhere between 2,500 to 2,600 grams, and that was acceptable. Company had machinery which can machine not more than 8,000 castings a day. And then their customers, they grew, they had some more orders. So naturally, they wanted this company to carry out per day operations of about 15,000. Now the decision was make or buy, whether I should buy one more machinery or I should pass it on to some subcontractor. For this, maybe this could be temporary. So these discussions happened, and finally the management decided that, okay, let us give it to some subcontractor to do it on our behalf. At this point in time, all of you must be knowing that alternate BOM is created in ERP. So one which is for the use within the company, and next will be the alternate BOM to be used by the subcontractor. And accordingly, those consumption entries and everything is booked. I need not go in that. Now everything is okay. Everything is okay. That alternate BOM, when the auditors went into detail, and they saw that there was no mention of this alternate BOM in SOP number 1, because when the SOP was created, this subcontractor or that activity was not there. So it was never considered, right? But when it is considered, it was not included in SOP, and then the fraud, it was a very indirect fraud. What was happening that all these days when it was processed within the company, the weight used to be somewhere between 2580 to 2600, which was within the tolerance limit. This alternate BOM gave leverage down below up to, let us say, 2510 to 2530, leaving almost 60 to 70 grams of extra scrap. And believe me, that was aluminum scrap. One single piece giving, say, let us say, average 50 grams of scrap. The guy is processing almost 8,000 or 7,000 per day, right? So just imagine how much extra scrap was allowed, and that was shared between the manufacturing or procurement guys and that scrap person. Now nothing was detrimental. Everything was in order. Everything was within tolerance limit. And in spite of that, the fraud took place. So even if you are having SOPs in place, number one, don't just relax that it will take care of all the possibilities. And most importantly, revising or revisiting those SOPs from time to time, testing it with the current situation, removing certain redundant parts, including some required parts to it. That is the crux. You can control to the best possible level, control, not eliminate.
Great. So let me one more question to you all. Who is the person in an organization which knows all the functions what does the company does? Huh? Internal auditors only if they have provided the audit. Do you get all the audit for all the functions? Then controller, the MIS controller would be aware of. See how strange it is. So I will be keep asking you the questions like this. Do let me know if you want the answer. Then at the last 2 minutes or 3 minutes, we'll answer. Okay. Now we're starting our next question. What are the communication techniques which should be mentioned in the RCM so that the RCM has to be very clear? This will be asked by Kalpesh sir. Yeah, Kalpesh sir.
So the communication when you are whether it is RCM or SOP, you should understand who are the users, okay? And whatever you are drafting, whether the user will understand it or not. I give you the basic, simple example. Let's say one of the chemicals company have a SOP. After end of the each shift, worker needs to wash their hand. If they draft the SOP in English and give the 5 instruction that this is the way you need to wash your hand, do you think it will be helpful? Right? No. So what they have done? They have taken some printout and they have those fixed on the washroom. So the workers know how to wash their hand. This is just a simple example how to communicate the SOP so that user understand and implement it in a current correct way. Otherwise, you can't blame to the workers who do not understand English and you say that we have the SOP and there is an instruction even though you are not following the SOP, right? But you are not understanding the users, right? And most of the, let's say in case of the procurement SOP, we have that one standard instruction or rather control that there is a minimum 3 quotation is required, right? In every procurement SOP. But there is a possible that there is a situation where this is not possible to obtain the 3 quotation, right? I give you the live example. In one of company where I have done the audit, where the same clause is there. So once we have highlighted that the procurement department is not done quotation comparison in 10 out of 100 instances, okay? And then when we next year, the management take it very seriously, okay? And they have given instruction to their procurement department that there should not be any instance that you are procuring any material and there is a no quotation comparison is there. And I tell you, when next year, when we done the audit and we have see the quotations, there's a quotation is in the same format. It is signed by same person, okay? The vendor's address is not exist, okay? When we have confronted the procurement head 2-3 times, they accepted that this is a quotation is prepared by themselves. Now here is the SOP and the SOP force you to do the fraud. This is an extreme example I give you, right? So you understand the situation, okay? If there is a practical situation, and there is only one source of the material, or there is an emergency purchase, there should be some exception should be there. If there is a higher authority approving that, it is fine. They should not be forced to follow each and every instruction in each and every situations. Otherwise, the human being find the other way around, and then you will say that they are doing the fraud. Correct? So we are talking about the communication technique. So in my mind, the communication in SOP should be firm, should be clear. There should not be any ambiguity or any clarity issue. I give one more example. Let's say there is an authority matrix in procurement, right? Release strategy, status up to so and so amount you can purchase, and above this the higher authority approval is required, right? So I give you the example in one of the manufacturing company. There is a plant level, there is a 2 lakhs of limit, and if there is any more than 2 lakhs of the PO need to be approved by the head office. Okay, but there is nowhere in SOP it is mentioned that there is a splitting of PO is not allowed. Okay, so let's say one plant want to raise a PO of 5 lakhs rupees. So what they are doing, they are splitting into 3 PO. Okay, and plant level they are approving it. Technically, they are right. The PO amount is less than 2 lakhs. They have the authority to approve. Correct? There is a SOP in place. They are following the SOP. There is nowhere in the SOP it is written that the splitting of PO is not allowed. Correct? But there is a one element. The proprietary concept should be there. What is a proprietary concept? It said that the way you are using your money, way personally you are using your money, same common sense you should apply when you are using the company's money. This is concept used in every government organization, right? You want to buy one mobile phone or television or fridge, you are inquiring online, right? You are visiting a couple of showrooms, then you are deciding. But when you are buying for the company, why you are not doing the same thing? It is a proprietary angle, right? So as I mentioned about this splitting of PO, so this is same when there is a policy in place to restrict the one particular amount of PO, it means the splitting of PO not allowed. Every situation is not possible to capture in the SOP, right? This is a common sense, correct? So how to deal with the such condition? So whenever there is a training given to the employee, this should be clear that you need to use a common sense when you are applying this SOP. The SOP should be applied in a right spirit. One more example I give you. There is a travel policy of the company which allow the single occupancy of so and so amount to the employee when they are traveling. But it is not mentioned that when the two employees travel together, they should take a double occupancy room. Is this not again a common sense? Correct? So this proprietary aspect, this common sense issue should be explained to the employee, and whenever there is a opportunity with the management to reiterate the effectiveness, the importance of the SOP, they should take those opportunity and inform to the employee that we will not tolerate this type of issue, and they provide some warning so that everybody understand that they need to follow the SOP. And as I earlier mentioned, the tone at the top is very important. If your HOD, your CFO, your CEO will not follow the SOP, right? You can't expect that your employee will follow the SOP, right? So you need to lead by the example. Then only I think you will improve spirit you can implement the SOP and RCM in a right spirit. Over to you, sir.
So now, one more questions to all. You all have to be awake, okay? So second, so another question before starting with Milinji. One more question to all the seniors, members of mine. In railway ticket, when you buy for a railway outside ticket, why your name is not imprinted and why it is imprinted on an online ticket booking? Okay, you think about it. We'll be asking to Milind sir one more question. Okay. So what are the common mistakes what we do while drafting the SOP? Since this is very key, कि हम लोग ने तो मगर ये भूल गए. So what are the common mistakes what we do it while preparing the SOPs and RCM? Generally what we do, अरे अच्छा copy paste ही कर ले. So you'll be guiding us कि what are the common mistakes what we do it. Okay. Yes, sir.
There are three elements which we need to keep in mind while, let us say, you get an assignment to draft SOPs for a particular client. The first is Bhavin Bhai rightly addressed that it cannot be copy pasted. Even if someone is into identical activity A and B, SOPs can differ. It all depends on their customer mix, their product mix, etc. So even if you can say that they are into auto ancillary, not necessarily it will be the same SOP one will have to follow. The second mistake which is generally done is not to consider the exceptions. Now, see, we are preparing standard operating procedure, and generally it is believed that what is normally happening, it is to be documented. No, SOP has to consider all the options, all the possible events which can happen in a company, and you need to address in your SOP. I'll just give you a quick example. There was now those kind of companies, they have vanished because of disruption they faced because of this internets and all kind of stuff. But earlier, if you remember, there used to be big showrooms for different types of greeting cards, starting with the New Year greeting card to Christmas. The entire year is covered, including so many events. And there are certain events which are India specific. Now, such a big country having different of one particular day. So you talk about Gudi Padwa, this which is the Maharashtrian New Year. Same day it is celebrated as Ugadi in Karnataka, and maybe some different names in different part of the country. Now, this company had an SOP of dispatches saying that it has to reach the dealers at least say 2 months before the event, and the dealers have SOP that all the distribution must happen before 30 days so that people keep seeing those products for at least 1 month, etc. Everything is there. And later on, lot of returns started coming from all the directions. And finally, it was thrown to the internal auditors, "Okay, boss, please analyze why there are so many returns." And then the internal auditors found out that the SOP never talked about this regional specific requirements. Ugadi cards were sent to Punjab, Gudi Padwa cards were sent to Northeast. How many Marathis are there in Northeast here? I don't know, even 10. So all came back, and the flop side was further dangerous, that the dealers in Maharashtra, they were crying for more number. Please send us more number. And the sales team was saying, no, everything is over, no stocks. And those stocks were lying 2,500 kilometers away. So these exceptions, this happened only because this regional element of Indian festivals was not addressed. The last and the most important is the language. It has to be very simple. You are not appearing for some MA English or King's English kind of certification where you have to use, with due respect, Shashi Tharoor kind of words. It is not for you, it is for him. So not only simple language, at times even you are required to use pictures. A very simple example, during the break, all of us, we are going to go in two directions. Gents will go in one direction, ladies will go in other direction. And at times there are only pictures which tell us that which door we need to open. Now, those two pictures, they are worldwide. You go to France, you go to Spain, you go to China and need not even know a single word in that language, but you can definitely make out that which door I have to open for a particular job. That is the simplified SOP. Wherever possible, I mean, everywhere, very simple language, and wherever possible, pictorial language is to be implemented in SOP. So these three things people do not keep in mind and make mistake while drafting SOP, and then it remains only as OP. S part gets vanished.
Super, very nicely in short span of time, Milind sir has said. Great. So last questions. So what are the opportunities? What are the way heads for internal auditors in this area with SOPs and RCM? We'll take view of Kalpesh bhai.
Yeah, so there are a few opportunities there. Of course, you can help to draft the SOP for the company. As an internal auditor, you are the aware about the what process companies follow, what controls should be there. So you are the right person who can help you out the company for drafting the SOP, which have all the element regarding the maker checker process, segregation of duty, all the template in place, and it is easy to use because you are aware about what the ground level, what difficulty faced by the executive or the ground team. So there is a opportunity available with us. So second thing, process review. There is a SOP in place, ISO in place. You can check whether the process followed by the company is as defined in the SOP or not, and if there is any process gas, if there is a redundance of processes which can be eliminated to increase the efficiency of the processes, you can suggest that. Third thing is a testing of control. So RCM, you can help you out the company to testing of the control, whatever mentioned in the RCM, and find out where there is a gap in terms of the control which are not implemented properly, or even though implemented, they are not effective in a sense. So these are the three area. I think there are lots of opportunity available in even though there is a SOP, there are because as you mentioned, there should be revision on year-to-year basis. So let's say the company has a SOP which was drafted 5 years ago. Now, because there is a volume is increase, a change in the ERP is there. There is a change in the organization structure is there. Now they want to re-evaluate or redraft for the SOP. You can help you out the company to further revision in the SOP. Right now, in many assignment we are doing where we are helping the organization to redraft the SOP, where there is a process is in place. There is a SOP is there, ISO is there. Even though they feel that the current SOP is not effective, and based upon whatever internal audit we have done, we have find out where there is a gap, and we helping the management to make the SOP effective, so that there should be control in place which should be there based upon the what ERP currently they are using, what volume they have, what organization structure they have. Because one thing is very important, the coordination between the two departments. Many times what happened, the vendor is providing invoice to the procurement department, and there is a delay in providing the invoice to the account department. There is a delay in the vendor payment. So this type of aspect also you should cover during when you draft the SOP. So there should not be a case where there is a delay due to in a department issue or department coordination issue. And I think this is a 4 or 5 area where you can definitely provide your services. Yeah.
The last question from Milind sir for today's discussion, and one more PPT deck, just one slide. So, sir, what is, as per your view, what should be the young internal auditors like this? We all, because we should be young with our minds, correct? So, what young internal auditors should do to get into this space, and what will be the future for IM?
Definitely, there is a good future for all of us. Even I'm not that old, you know. So typically in the new generation, when all of you very well know the importance of data. You know, data is oil, and why something has been named as Geo. Let us quickly understand from one particular slide. Now the story goes back to 1943, but that is important even today after almost 80 years. This is World War II aircraft of Royal Air Force of England. And what happened? They had a fleet of almost 1,500 aircrafts, and only 600 plus hardly could make out back. And they started analyzing that what must have gone wrong. Now, all the red dots, that is the data available. That was the data available of where all the aircrafts got hit by the German bullets. And they just plotted this on one single figure to find out which are the weak areas. Now this is data available, and everybody decided that all these parts must be strengthened so that our aircrafts will survive. Now there were youngsters like you coming out with altogether different analysis of data which was not available. Data not available is also data available. Someone mentioned that, sir, it is not possible that the areas which are only white have not got hit by the bullet. And then possibly these are the areas, if you hit the bullet or if Germans hit the bullet, our aircrafts are not able to come back. And that's why these are blank. So data was not available, right? But still it was data available. Okay, 950 aircrafts which you lost might have got hit on these parts, and you don't have those aircrafts in front of you to analyze where all they got hit. And the whole perspective changed. Instead of focusing on those red dotted areas, they focused on the areas which was absolutely blank, and they realized that actually those were the weak areas. Now, you young generation, you have to keep in mind that data available, big data analytics, everything, the data is getting poured. Just go back few steps and find out what is missing. That missing can also tell you few things. Missing always tells you few things, especially when it comes to fraud analytics. Sometimes these activities lead to fraud identification or even investigation towards frauds. Just take a step back and see what is not coming your way. And that not coming your way generally tells you few things. And that is the opportunity all of you need to keep in mind. Another one quick example. Thanks, Gaurav. You can shut that. Another quick example is generally SOPs are missing is the cross-function address when it comes to certain kind of organizations. See, organizations, all the functions, they cannot work in silo. All are interlinked. All have got one or the other overlapping function for each other. One quick example, a team was analyzing non-moving items. Now, why something was non-moving? Because it was not used. All of us, we know. Here we need to ask a question, borrowing from some Shire. कि सवाल ये नहीं कि शीशा कैसे टूटा, सवाल ये है कि पत्थर कौन फेंक रहा था. तो मटेरियल नॉन मूविंग क्यों बना? अरे यूज में नहीं आया इसलिए नॉन मूविंग हुआ, लेकिन यूज में ना आने के लिए पहले वो कंपनी के अंदर आया क्यों? पत्थर किसने फेंके थे? Then the team went on asking, instead of asking this question to stores person, the team went to purchase people and they said that no, we this is what our project team told us. Project team, the team went and they got an explanation in our product, when it is customer specific, we need to buy these for customers and we need 40 pieces in our product. The team came back to purchase. They said that this particular product is available in a box of 50. That's why 40 were used by the projects, 10 were lying in the stores. Now, disposing these 10 is one issue. The team again went to project team to find out that if this was customer specific, what was the cost considered? And unfortunately, the cost considered was only for 40. These 50 I am buying on your behalf for you at your behest. So it should be your cost, customer's cost, not my cost. So the SOP got changed. SOP of projects got changed, that whenever there is any customer specific requirement, please check with purchase department that whether there is any minimum quantity purchase to be required. They need to inquire with the stores that do you have few things available already with you? If procurement team comes or they realize that something is not part of their routine purchases, they need to go back to project asking them that whether this is customer specific. So all these cross-function SOPs or the SOPs of 3 different functions got modified only while doing the audit of stores or going through the SOP of the stores people. These 2 are the things which have been missed in the past, and the young generation need to keep these 2 things, because in ERP environment particularly, and you are all experts to work in ERP environment, this cross functionality and data non-availability, these are the 2 things you must consider and cover. That is my just elderly suggestion to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Friends, we all will agree that in this post-lunch first panel discussion, one thing, the communication as what was the topic was effectively dealt with by all the 3 panelists, and it was effectively communicated to us. In fact, with the last slide also, sir has exactly come to the point that how we are supposed to communicate. It is said that communication succeeds when you make others understand you clearly and they also make you understand clearly. So a 2-way communication will be more effective, and that is what which has to be implemented in SOPs. So thank you to all the 2 panelists, Milind Limay sir, who has traveled all the way from Pune, and Kalpesh Panchal sir, for your insights on this topic. And thank you very much, Bhavin, for keeping the interactions on throughout. I request everybody to please appreciate it with a loud round of applause. We have a short tea break. The tea will be served outside only, and we can reassemble in 5 to 10 minutes. share a few instructions.
Good afternoon. Yes, welcome back after tea. So one interesting thing, someone asked about the social audits. So I thought I'll take maybe a minute or two. So see, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICI, is the first organization institute in the world to come up with 16 sustainability standards. And we got standards on different aspects of the NGO or NPO, eradication of poverty, eradication of hunger, etc. Different standards. And the NGO, the area in which they're doing the work, they will have to implement that and they will have to follow those standards. This is number one. Number two, India is the first country in the world to come up with a social stock exchange. And there is a lot of discussion about it. And these NGOs and the NPOs, non-profit organizations, will have to get themselves listed on the social stock exchange. But before listing, they will have to get a social audit done. And the social audit will again be done by auditors like us. And which means we'll have to understand those standards, we'll have to comply and ensure that organizations are complying with it, and we'll have to give them a report. And once the organizations get listed on the social stock exchange, then they will be able to get funding from global organizations like the Gates Corporation, etc. Otherwise, they can have their own collection in India and they can continue doing what they're doing, okay, locally. So this is one. The second part, which is still not formal, the sustainability, the social stock exchange is already formed. The company is called BSC Samman Limited, 100% subsidiary of Bombay Stock Exchange. The CEO is in place and all of those are done. I am hearing that the SEBI is also trying to create a panel of raters. And not only NGOs, NPOs, but even large organizations can get the rating done on a scale of 1 to 5, where they are on the maturity curve of the ESG journey. So that also is going to happen, and anyone who is interested can even get their firms registered once that panel comes in place. And of course, all of us must be knowing that the top 1,000 listed companies in India needs to get the BRSR audit done this year, right? So the business responsibility and sustainability reporting. And a lot of information goes into that form in that report. It does not come from a trial balance or the financial accounting software or system, right? How many units of electricity consumed by the organization? How many units of electricity generated through renewable sources on X and Y and Z? So all of those information also people are trying to put the formats and the structure in place, how to collect the information. Some, I know a couple of young chartered accountants, they're even trying to create a software database which they will sell to organizations so that organizations keep recording that. Okay. So a lot of action happening on the ESG front. And of course, globally, everyone is talking about the 3P reporting: planet first, people second, and profit third. If there's no planet, then people cannot survive. If there are no people, then what do you do with the profit? Okay. And in line with that, even at the World Congress, which happened in November here in India, the theme was building trust and enabling sustainability. And there was a lot of discussion and focus on sustainability. So this was one thing which came up during the break, and I thought I'll take 1 or 2 minutes. I hope I have answered the query which someone raised. One other thing, I think we were having a discussion on like, how do you do that internal audit? When do you report? What is the frequency XYZ? See, there are 2 standards. One is the IIA global framework, okay, internal audit standards, globally standards issued by the IIA, and the standard on internal audit issued by India. And the standard says 3 years plan, okay, you need to revise, rotate, but the standard also goes on to say that you have to keep on doing frequently. If you are a chief audit executive, you have to frequently keep on doing it. And what is the frequency? Many organizations are now doing review of their audit universe every quarter to decide what could come up. Some global organizations or some organizations say, like, I got 1,000 hours to spend, 20% of my time I'll do for special reviews, which my CEO or CXO says, "Ke ye area cover kar lo to karunga." Some organizations who got operations across globe, they say 20% of my time, I'll do one audit, prepaid audit in 20 countries. And then I'll give a status like how does it work country by country, that way. It can be a global audit, it can be across cutting various businesses in the group, it can be group wide, that way. Same process, you can pick up one or two, you could get special assignments and you could do it and things like that. In Europe, some organizations are now not doing the whole procure to pay audit. See, when I started my internal journey, maybe 2 decades back, we were doing finance function audit. Today, do we do a finance function audit? The answer is no. We say revenue receivable, procure to pay, order to cash, X, like within that also small. We don't even do a full treasury audit now. When I do fixed asset or capitalization, I look at the exchange loss gain and whether it has been capitalized, and I look at the borrowing cost, right? So I cover that part of it. When I look at receivable, I see how many data and what is the exchange loss gain there. So possibly I may not have to cover the exchange loss gain when I do the treasury audit. Maybe I don't have to do the borrowing cost when I do the treasury audit. And maybe an organization may just want to do hedging and derivatives as one area and they want to go and do the audit. Someone go and just do borrowings. Term loan है क्या, CC है क्या, OD है क्या, किधर से लिया, कितना loan है और क्या हो रहा है और interest कैसा है. That's it. So people have started doing small things. In procure to pay, I have seen people saying like, I'll do only vendor master audit. So how do you identify vendor? How do you create master? What are the details in the master and X, Y, and Z? And some people say like vendor performance evaluation. That is vendors, how did they work? Did they supply the right quality at the right time and blacklisting and all of those? That's it. So you must not have to do the whole end-to-end process audit, procurement. और हो सकता है कि पहले साल आपको लगता है प्रोक्योरमेंट डिफिकल्ट है तो आप पूरा कर लिए, लेकिन उसमें से एक पार्ट जिधर प्रॉब्लम से दैट यू कैन रिपीट इन द सेकंड ईयर, और सेकंड ईयर यू कैन ओनली डू अ चेकलिस्ट रिव्यू. द फर्स्ट ईयर में यू मे स्पेंड 8 weeks डूइंग अ प्रोक्योरमेंट ऑडिट एंड मे बी सेकंड ईयर यू मे जस्ट डू अ क्विक चेकलिस्ट रिव्यू इन 2 weeks. So different formats will have to be adopted and there is no standard. ठीक है, हर एक को अलग कलर का कपड़ा अच्छा लगता है और हर एक को अलग साइज का कपड़ा फिट होता है. So we'll have to keep on changing that. Okay, so here the speakers will be able to give us a lot of knowledge, but I think, see, what I also believe is okay, one day 6 hours 10 people coming and talking will give us high value. But if you all are ready and if there are at least 30 people who are available, we can do an intensive refresher course also, 4 Saturdays, 5 Saturdays. Okay, 60 hours, 30 hours kar sakte hai, and we can go into each thing in detail, and then we can even have study group, Mustaqim, Gaurav, and each group can get one procure to pay, order to cash, and you can work on make the RCM yourself. You can make the checklist yourself. So if people are interested, let us know. We are ready to do it. Facility is free. Speaker free में आते हैं, ठीक है, कोई cost नहीं है. The cost is only the electricity and the food cost which we consume, and we can do it at a much subsidized rate if people are interested. Okay, we need only participants, and we are okay with 30 participants also, no problem at all. Okay, so I just wanted to share that. Thank you very much, and over to you again, Gaurav. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Mustaqim Sheikh. You all have been witnessing him throughout managing this whole show. So he is the co-opted member of the Internal Audit Committee of WIRC of ICA, and he has also taken lead initiative in developing the risk control matrix and other repositories, which will soon be published by WIRC. Mustaqim is an information technology enthusiast and is engaged in developing contemporary solutions to direct organizations towards automation of various processes. He ventured into the area of internal audit and risk management from the very early days of his post-qualification days, and he has been an avid learner and student of this field ever since, and has a core on-field experience in the domain of nascent phase of his professional career. We welcome you, Mustaqim, and I request Chairman WIRC, Murtuza Kachwara sir, to please felicitate him with a memento.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the post-T sessions, and thank you, Gaurav, for your kind introductions. So before we start this session, I would like to take the opportunity to thanks WIRC Chairman Murtuza Kachwala sir, Regional Council Member Rahul Parikh sir, and Ruta ma'am for considering my name designing this program. This program was actually long awaited. It was actually supposed to happen in the month of December, but for one or the other reason it got delayed. And fortunately, we are witnessing this program today. I take this opportunity to thanks all the participants as well to participate in this whole day seminar on the SOP and risk control metrics. So these are the broad outlines we are going to discuss during this session. We have, I think, already discussed enough and a lot of bombarding has been done on SOP and RCM. So these are the two terms we have listened enough time since morning. And I'll keep my discussions around these two cycles. This is procure to pay and hire to retire cycle only, because a lot of generic discussions has already taken place since morning, as almost 4 sessions we have witnessed on this topic only. So first being the context and fundamentals, why an SOP and risk control metrics are important to any organizations, or rather what adversities it will bring to an organization if these two important documents are not there in place. And another thing we are going to discuss that I have covered in 2 parts, first being the procure to pay cycle and another being the hire to retire cycle. Before discussing the element of while drafting an SOP or rather reviewing an SOP, maybe drafting risk control metrics and reviewing risk control metrics, what is more important is the identification of risk. I think one of the gentlemen in morning session, in first session, I think have asked the questions, how important it is to assess the risk before even drafting an SOP or maybe even reviewing the SOP. So I would say it is a very important tool because unless and until the risks are not identified, the SOPs or RCMs are not going to serve the purpose for which those documents have been drafted. The person who are going to use will not be come up with what is the ultimate object of those documents. So it is very important that the risks have been highlighted and identified at each level of the particular cycle. And once the risks have been identified, it is very easier for us to draft the SOP and coming on the other side of the table to review the SOP while doing an audit, to draft the risk control metrics, and of course to test those risk control metrics. So it is very pertinent to have clear idea of identification of risk. So these the context has already been discussed enough since morning. Why SOP is important. Some studies and surveys have shown that it increases the chances of an organization success by at least 20% as compared to the organizations who do not have SOPs and RCM in place. In one study, it has been said that over 70% of companies experience significant disruptions without SOPs and well-defined risk control metrics. It of course save up to 5% of the total cost. The well-drafted and efficient risk control metrics save up to 5% of the revenue loss, prevents 5% of the revenue loss to an organization. So with this background, let us deep dive into our topic. This we can skip. I think we have very well idea of now what these 2 documents are. So there are the 4 things we are going to discuss in procure to pay cycle. First, as I said, what is procure to pay cycle? So procure to pay cycle is nothing but a process which starts right from the requisitioning, purchasing, receiving of goods, paying and accounting for goods and services. So we all are aware of what processes it carries. What we are going to discuss here is the risk that each of the stage carries. First being the planning. So what could go wrong at this stage? Once we have clear idea of what could go wrong at each stage, then I think it is very easy for us to draft SOP to draft risk control metrics. So let us try to understand a few of the practical risks that could arise at each stages. First being the procurement planning. So what could go wrong? An organization might have well-defined procurement planning, but nobody is there to monitor it on a periodic basis. Sometimes it may happen that procurement planning is not done by the authorized person who is actually supposed to plan the budget. Maybe the element which are supposed to be considered while preparing procurement planning have not been taken into account. Next being the purchase requisitions. So what could go wrong here? Maybe the person who has created a purchase requisition is not the one who is supposed to create purchase requisition. Purchase requisition is created for the material which are already there in stock. Purchase requisition is created and then subsequently not approved by the person who is supposed to approve those purchase requisitions. Open purchase requisitions. So these are the risk these particular cycle carries. So once we have the idea of risk which carries in purchase requisitions, we can build control around these things. We can build the processes while drafting SOPs around purchase requisition, and then we can have a well-defined document. Next being vendor selection and monitoring. So it's been already discussed what could go wrong in vendor selection. Maybe a favor given to a particular vendor, non-monitoring of agreements with that particular vendor, non-monitoring of timelines with the vendors, emergency procurements made wherein those transactions are not subsequently got approved by the authorized persons. Vendor master management. So there is no approved list of vendors. There are duplicate vendors in the vendor master data. Unauthorized vendors updated in the vendor master data. Vendors are getting blocked, then subsequently unblocked, then some transactions happen, vendor then again getting blocked. So these are the risks which a vendor master carries. Again, coming to the vendor performance evaluation. So what could go wrong? So no hierarchy has been defined. There is no system in place to have timely vendor performance evaluations. So if vendor performance evaluation is not done on a timely basis, then there are all chances that we might end up procuring from the supplier who is not capable of supplying that particular material to the organizations. Then coming to the order management. So what could go wrong here? Purchase order is created without approved PR. Splitting of PO, we have already discussed in the morning. There are defined timelines for a particular purchase order, and if system control is not there, what could go wrong is that PO is executed even after that expiry of that purchase order. Purchase order raised multiple times for the single material. So these are certain risks which the purchase order cycle carries. Invoice processing. For any organization, this is very important an element. So duplicate booking of invoice. We have heard enough time while doing procurement to pay audit. Booking of an invoice with incorrect rate. Maybe PO is booked, invoice is booked higher than what was authorized in the purchase order. Invoice booked without GRN, what sir already discussed. Invoice book without QC being done. So these are the risks which carries at this cycle. Payment to vendors, very critical aspect again. Duplicate payment made to vendor, twice payment made against the same invoice. Advance payment made which was not considered while paying against that particular invoice. So these are the risks at the payment while making the payment to the vendors. Coming to next is segregation of duties. A single person has multiple rights to a particular channel. Let's say the person who is creating the vendor master data is also updating the bank details to that particular vendor, and then the same person is also making the payment to the same vendor. So there are all chances that mishappening. The chances of mishappening could not be erased. So with this understanding, if we have clear idea of how what could go wrong at each stage of procure to pay cycle, then we are good to go with drafting an SOP. So if anybody has any question till identification of risk, I'll be more than happy to answer. Yes. Just go.
Suppose one vendor is located at a particular address and he is registered twice in the vendor master for same address. So in this case, what will be the possibility of booking the invoice, one invoice for in both the vendor codes? It will be like,
I think it has nothing to do with duplicate vendor master. Invoice is only booked against purchase order. If you are talking about direct booking of invoice, then there are chances that invoice could be booked in both the vendors. But if you have booked invoice against the purchase order, then the PO, yes, what you could say would be right for duplicate issuance of purchase order, but invoice will only get booked against the purchase order. So if two POs are issued, then only this could do. Otherwise, at least in SAP environment, it would not be allowed.
thank you.
I hope I have answered. Anything? Anyone else? Yes, please. Please, sir.
When the PO is not fully executed by the vendors, so out of 10 items, only 3 items supplied, 7 still remains. And that PO is still open PO in the system because it is not fully executed by the vendor. What do you suggest? Should the PO be cancelled or the open PO should have a different number for controls?
So in SAP, there could be a detective control. We can have a detective.
We don't talk
kind
about
of-
the SAP, we talk about the mid-size company.
Okay. So here what we can do is we can define a timeline for that particular purchase order. Let's say 6 months, depending on what happens generally is for import of material. Generally, timeline is kept keeping in mind the transportation time that took place in shipping. So if the procurement is of, let's say, the PO is raised for the domestic material, then timeline can be defined accordingly. And after that particular timeline, that PO gets blocked. So this is how it can be controlled in SAP. Yes, someone else would ask.
एक वेंडर जो कंपनी में रजिस्टर्ड है, ठीक है, और उसकी वाइफ नहीं सॉरी एक एम्प्लॉय है, उसकी वाइफ कंपनी में प्रॉपर्टीशिप है और वो ऑनर है, मतलब प्रॉपर्टीशिप की, तो देयर इज अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट.
Of course, it is conflict.
इफ एम्प्लॉय और उसकी वाइफ अगर एजेंट है, उस कंपनी उसमें एजेंट है और उसकी वाइफ प्रॉपर्टीशिप है, वो अगर कंपनी में एज ए वेंडर रजिस्टर्ड होते हैं तो वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट में काउंट होगा.
It should be considered as conflict of interest unless that employee has given a caveat or disclaimer that, okay, this is the genuine vendor. They have done the quotation analysis, what we have discussed, that particular vendor, even though it is relative of that particular employee, the company can execute transaction with that. There is no restrictions per se, but of course that particular vendor should be eligible with all that. Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying. Anyone? Okay, great. So let's move further. So with this background, having in mind, these are the aspect we need to keep in mind while drafting an SOP, particularly related to procure to pay cycle. We have already discussed since morning few of the aspects that needs to be kept in mind while drafting an SOP, but we will discuss in context of procure to pay only, or maybe hire to retire cycle. So first thing, we need to have idea of the clarity of the purpose, that for what purpose the particular SOP is created. Let me give an example. There could be a different organizations. We might be drafting an SOP for, let's say, two different organizations. One is dealing in, let's say, chemical industry, another is in auto industry. So the purpose of both the organizations would be very different, of course. So we need to keep in mind for which organizations we are drafting an SOP, and we need to consider accordingly. Relevance, of course. The SOP which we are going to draft should be relevant to that organizations. Let me give an example. They could be for automobile industry. Let's say there is a procurement of direct material, there is a procurement of indirect materials. So generally, the direct materials are procured and they have a long-term contracts with particular vendor, because until that car, that model would last, they will keep on procuring from a single vendor, a particular model. That's how the consistency they maintain. And for indirect material, they might have n number of suppliers. They may have 500 suppliers. So the SOP should clearly define the processes for a procurement of direct material, for procurement of indirect material. The structure, of course, the structure of the SOP should be logically ordered. It should start right from the procurement planning, and then requisitioning, and then vendor selection, then vendor monitoring, and then maybe PO, then GRN, then quality aspect, then maybe goods, return of goods if there is need to, then invoice processing, and then payment to the vendor. So this is how the structure of an SOP writing style. Lot has been already discussed that it should not have any sort of jargons. It should not make the Milian sir, I think, gave a good example of the pictorial things. So we can have screenshots, because the person sitting in stores department may not have idea of the technicality of that. He is just concise. He will limit himself to just preparation of GRN. So he should only be aware of those terms, and the terminology used in SOP should be such that that any layman should understand it very easily. The scope, again, who are the person who need to authorize a particular transactions, right from the PR level to PO level, then invoice processing. So they should be clearly defined of a scope in the SOP, and then process flow. Again, the process flow should be very well clear. Then policies and procedures. The policy and procedures should be such that meets the requirement of an organization. The SOP which we are drafted needs to be controlled with that there are no chances of fraud in that particular SOP, and those SOPs needs to be reviewed, monitored periodically. Training and communications. Many times we have seen that organizations have very well drafted SOPs in place. However, the person to whom it should be communicated has not been communicated. I have seen it during my experience in multiple organizations, that the person who is sitting in the supply chain is not even aware of what he is supposed to follow as a person sitting in inventory area. So it should not happen. It should be clearly communicated to the end users of that particular SOP. Training, of course, should happen on a frequently basis, like what someone was discussing from the speaker, that while recruiting the new employee, they should be, I think Koushik sir has touched upon this point. So while recruiting the new employee, he should be very well trained about the current policies and procedures of an organization. Then and then only the SOP will serve the purpose. Continuous improvement. Okay. Anyone has anything to ask on drafting side of SOP now? Because now we'll be discussing on the other side of the table. I think we have to go. So let's come on the other side of the table. We have seen what things need to be kept in mind while drafting an SOP. Now let us discuss what things needs to be kept in mind while reviewing an SOP. So we as an internal auditor generally consider SOPs as a guiding tool to initiate our audit. What we generally do is take the existing SOP and start doing an audit of particular process. But things would be other way around. First, what we need to do is we need to understand the current processes that are actually being followed. Then we need to assess the risk, whether the actual process, what risk each cycle carries, which we already discussed earlier. And then we need to map those processes with the SOPs that have been drafted by the organization. And then we need to map the current processes with the procedures which have been written in SOP, and then need to come up with if there is any deviation in the policy. And And then we need to evaluate the SOP. Of course, the SOP should be relevant, consistent, and clear. And if there is any gap, then SOP needs to be updated, and those changes need to be implemented and monitored. So this was all I had to discuss for drafting and review side of the SOP. Now we'll move to the risk control metrics. So before we move into risk control metrics, anybody has any question on the procure to pay cycle side related to SOP? Okay. So these are the broad things. Of course, one, we need to have an understanding of risk that each cycle carries, that each stage carries. Once we have clear idea of risk, then we need to identify the stages of procure to pay cycle, which we already discussed. What are the stages of procure to pay cycles? Once we have an understanding of these stages, then we need to understand the business processes. Unless and until we have an idea of the business processes, we won't be able to draft an efficient risk control metrics. So it is very important for us as a consultant to know what are the business processes. Once we have clear idea of businesses, then we will be able to draft good risk control metrics. Involving of stakeholders is very important. Last year only, I got an assignment to review an risk control metrics, an MNC company. While reviewing the SOP, while reviewing the risk control metrics, when I was testing at transaction level, to my surprise, it came to my notice that so many of the users were not even aware of that they have any document, any such document called risk control metrics. So while doing a root cause analysis, of course, it was drafted by one of the big four. So while doing a root cause analysis, it was come to my notice that risk control metrics were drafted during the COVID period. So the users, the stakeholders were not taken into account. And of course, that organization has a high attrition rate. So possibly the person who were involved while drafting risk control metrics were not present at that point of time. So this is an important aspect we need to keep in mind while drafting an SOP, that all the stakeholders related to procure to pay cycle, right from the planning to making payment to the vendors have been involved while drafting risk control metrics, because they are the better person, to know what processes they are actually following, and if we can have clear understanding from them, it will help us to draft the clear risk control metrics. Categorization of risk is very important again. So there could be three kind of risk: an operational risk, financial risk, and compliance risk. So we need to categorize each of those risks under which category that particular risk follows. Again, then we need to prioritize the risk. Is it high? Is it low? Is it medium? How we will prioritize the risk based on the risk that particular process carries. Then once we have categorized and prioritized the risk, then we can develop the specific controls. Assigning of responsibility is equally important to make the person accountable. Unless and until the responsibilities are not clearly assigned. Someone was asking in the morning if we should write the department names. Of course, we should not. We should define the clear role of the person, because that person would be held responsible if anything went wrong in that particular risk. So these are certain things which we do not need to do while drafting risk control metrics. Milind sir has, I think, very well covered this aspect. Please do not copy and paste. The organization is going to suffer a big time if the SOPs are just prepared, copying and pasting. Of course, we need to keep in mind the legal and regulatory compliance. One recent which we discussed, Section 43B, I think Kalpes sir discussed, MSME. If payment is not made on time to the MSME vendors, then it will be disallowed under the income tax act. So these are the risks which we need to keep in mind. We need to consider these legal regulatory compliance. Again, TDS on purchase of goods, section 194Q, which we all are aware of. So while drafting the risk control metrics, we need to keep these regulatory compliance in mind. Any organizations is dealing in, let's say, hazardous. So what are the risks? What are the compliance risks? What are the regulatory risks that could be there on account of that hazardous nature of material? So those all kind of risk needs to be considered while drafting risk control metrics. Of course, all risks cannot be equal. We need to categorize and prioritize the risks. We have already discussed the importance of involving stakeholders and timely updation of risk control metrics. What could go wrong if due care is not taken while drafting risk control metrics? First being the inadequate coverage of risk. That particular document will not cover all the risks that organization carries. If the risks are not covered in that particular document, even though the organization might have false sense of security, just okay, now we have got it drafted from a consultant, now we are very safe in very safe control environment, but that may not be the reality. There might be some risk which have not been identified and considered while drafting risk control metrics. Incomplete environment, I already discussed. Legal and regulatory compliance issues, of course. We never know when it will come up if due care is not taken while drafting, and that will end up reputational damage for any organizations. Therefore, it is very essential while drafting an SOP that due care is taken. So an organizations may have a very efficient risk control metrics in place. Now coming on the other side of the table, what things need to be kept in mind while testing of procure to pay cycles risk control metrics. So generally any risk control metrics testing is done at two levels. One is design level testing and another is operational level testing. So design level testing simply means testing of effectiveness of controls that was designed for a particular risk. Give you an example. Let's say in risk control metrics, it has been written that up to 5 lakh procurement, the verbal approval is okay. So this fails at design level itself. How there could be a verbal approval? There could be either approval, there could be no approval. So this fails at design level itself. So we do not need to go into transaction level. It fails at design level only. Another is operational level testing. So here what we do is we select some samples and then we do transaction audit and come up with the results. And then we prepare a gap report and submit to the client. Okay. Yes, please. Just one, I'm not able to.
Generally, the design would happen during the beginning of your engagement or whenever your period starts.
Correct.
But the operating effectiveness that you test, how frequent do you think in an audit cycle it should happen?
Generally, it is tested once in a year. So risk control metrics, okay, we haven't discussed the application of this particular two documents. So SOPs are generally used by internal auditors, the guiding tool. Risk control metrics are generally used by the statutory auditor because they have to report on the IFC reporting requirement, right? So they do audit once in a year, and this is the general frequency. It is tested once in a year.
Okay, I mean, say if we start from say April to March, the cycle, right? You've done your design say towards June, that's almost the end of first quarter. You've done your design testing, and then towards say September or October, you do the operational effectiveness.
Correct.
Would that mean that we would assume that the control is effective till end of period because we've completed design plus operating effectiveness?
Please come again. I'm
No
just not
worries.
able to process your question.
We have an audit to cover from April to March. I did the design testing towards June. Like 1 quarter down, I've done my design testing. That's my audit planning. And then towards September, I have the bandwidth. So I say, let's do operating effectiveness testing. So I pick samples, I do the testing. Because I have to complete the entire audit. So I start from September. Would that mean that we can say, we can opine that the control is operating effectively throughout the period? Or would I need to also do an additional operating effectiveness towards the end of the year?
Of course, we need to do, because what will happen, let's say you have covered period till September, that's what you have said, right?
Yeah.
So there are chances till September you have done operational level testing, you have not come across any false finding. But what if that particular risk has happened in the month of October? So at design level, you have done till June, that is absolutely fine. You can commensurate that, okay, the design level testing is okay, I'm good to go. But at operational level testing, you need to cover the whole site.
So more than one
Yes.
is better.
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
I'll add to the point of the testing. What we do is usually when we do the testing at the interim phase between of the year, we divide in two phases, interim and the roll forward. For the interim, what we do, if we are testing operating effectiveness now for that particular period, for the next period, that's the roll forward, we'll check whether there is a change in the design. If there is no change in the design for the rest of the period, we can take the samples and we can test the operating effectiveness of that particular control accordingly. And then by that, we can get the whole comfort for the year.
Correct. How much time I have, Gaurav? Okay. So this slide I have particularly covered your duplicate booking of an invoice and duplicate or excess payment, because these are the two critical points in procure to pay cycle. So how do we keep in mind, what things need to be kept in mind to avoid this risk? So these are the general areas wherein there are chances of duplicate booking of invoice. Once invoice is booked, then there is bound to make the payment against that invoice. So duplicate booking of invoice can be done through direct service and generally invoices are not getting booked twice against the purchase orders, because that value is restricted to that purchase order. So whenever duplicate booking of invoice happens, generally it is happens wherein there is no GRN or there is no purchase order in place. So we need to restrict those transactions. We need to define an SOP or risk control metrics in such a way that the transactions which can be routed through direct service booking are minimized. There are again customized T code, and so we need to see if any during our audit period, if any such transactions have happened. Yes, of course. One could be, let's say an organization has multiple plants at different levels, and there is a head office at one place, right? Particular invoice went to plant, let's say it was for the consulting service which has been taken place at a particular plant, so that the invoice was once booked at the plant, and there are all chances if that invoice again received at the head office, that will get booked. So we need to keep these things in mind while drafting the SOP, while testing the risk control metrics, that these aspects are very well covered in our document. Duplicate excess payment, we already discussed what are the chances of making duplicate payment, where this risk lies. So advance payment is made against down payment request, and then subsequently made against the invoice. So we need to have control in SAP itself, that if once advance payment is made, then it is getting knocked off before making payment against that particular invoice. Same payment initiated for multiple vendors. These I have written from my own experience. These are my findings where when I did audit for a particular organization. So these are the findings which we need to keep in mind while drafting or maybe reviewing or testing the maybe SOPs or risk control metrics. So these things are adequately covered in our processes. on account of not knocking off payment. So what happens is, let's say you have made a payment against particular invoice on 15th of December, for example. Now in SAP, what happens is one T code has to run to get this invoice knocked off. So some organizations have policies or system that they do this knocking off system on a particular frequency, let's say on a monthly basis. So what will happen? That payment is again made, let's say on 20th of December, then there are all chances that payment would be made against that particular invoice because it is not been knocked off against that particular payment. Ad hoc payment is the one when there is a manual payment made. So there are chances that payment would be made to duplicate payment or excess payment would be made to the vendors. So I wanted actually to cover this hard to retire cycle in that much detail only, but I think we have restriction of time. I will quickly cover these three slides. Before that, anyone has any questions related to procure to pay? Oh. So what do we mean by hard to retire cycle? So it is nothing but a journey of an employee recruited in the organizations till the time he left the organization. So these are the broad stages that has been covered in hire to retire cycle. So HR is generally not the core area of an internal auditor, or rather us as a chartered accountant. So these are the additional knowledge we need to have before drafting SOPs for risk control metrics related to hire to retire cycle. We need to have knowledge of labor laws of applicable to that client. Labor laws, of course, sometimes differ from states to states. So we need to keep in mind that how many locations our client exists and whether we have covered the labor laws of that particular state or not. We need to have knowledge of statutory compliance such as PF, PSI. Again, we need to have an ability to understand the procedures at each stages. We need to keep in mind what processes they are actually following. We need to have capability to carry out the root cause analysis, because these are not our core area of audit. So there are chances that something would be missed out, but we need to have clear understanding before drafting of SOPs or risk control metrics related to hire to retire cycle. So these are certain risks which each cycle carries. I would skip some because I think I've already covered more time than what was permitted to me. So a few things I will quickly discuss is while recruiting an organization, what could go wrong. Let's say background verification has not been carried out. The employee is recruited while his background verification is going on, and then subsequently we got to know that there is adverse findings in his background verification. So we need to have that kind of controls in our organization that these kind of things does not happen. Training part, of course, the organization sometimes do not have well-defined training as per the requirement of the particular employees. There may be need of different training to different level of persons, and we need to have clearly defined those training for each level of organizations, employee separations. So the general findings that have come across that employees have left the organizations, but his email IDs, the hardware that he carries have not been deactivated fully. So his user ID, his email ID, all has been active. So we need to keep in mind while doing. I think we can rectify. Anyone has any question related to this part of that? Yes, please.
You talked about design and one more stage. which was
Operational level.
Operational.
Yes.
So can we also have something like system deficiency? Because most of the time user department also claims uh, design was okay, operation I'm ready to do, but system is not supporting us. So maybe as a chartered accountant, we are not that great at systems, but it also plays a very important role sometimes in terms of execution of the operations, right? So can we also cover that? What is the industry practice?
So it gets covered somewhere in designing or operational level. So these are the very well industry practice to have design level testing and operational level testing. What you are saying very rightly, saying that what could go wrong if there is a lack in system itself. So maybe we can classify it as a design level failure only.
Okay. Can we define those system parameters while
Yes,
drafting an
yes.
SOP also?
Yes, of
right?
course.
Okay.
So I already said that there could be a manual control, there could be automated control. So there could be again a preventive control, detective control. So preventive controls are always preferred over detective controls. Automated controls are always preferred over manual controls. So these are a well set of standards, well set of rules for risk control metrics.
Fine. Thanks.
Thank you so much everyone for listening me very patiently. Thank you so much. Over to Gaurav.
Friends, it is said that if your beginning is very good, it's a long journey. So today it was the first session of Mustaqim for the members, and I think he has delivered it very well. His niche expertise or niche specialization in this subject was coming out while addressing to the members, and I request that let us please appreciate him with a loud round of applause. Thank you very much, Mustaqim. Uh, for the last panel discussion, and I request the panelist CA Delzar Jivasha, CA Sagar Dani sir, and moderator Purvi Malani to please come on the dais. Friends, we'll be having the last panel discussion and the last session for today's program on the vital role of the internal audit in for the stakeholders building trust in the business. We have with us CA Purvi Malani. She will be moderating this session. Purvi is a partner with CNK and Associates and a chartered accountant as well as a DISA. She has done certificate courses of business consultancy studies jointly conducted by BCS and Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. She was also a partner at AJ Shah and Company earlier prior to joining to CNK and Associates and has been in professional practice for over 21 years. Purvi specializes in governance, risk advisory and compliance, and her industry focus extends to shipping and logistics, banking and financial services, manufacturing, entertainment, and healthcare and hospitality services. Welcome, madam. I request Mustaqim to kindly welcome him with a memento. Our first panelist for this session is CA Delzad Jivasha. Delzad is a member of all the three professional institutes, the ICAI, ICSI, and the ICMAI. He is a graduate in commerce from R.A. Podar College of Commerce and Economics, Mumbai University, as well as a law graduate. He was placed in the elite group of 27 students of Mumbai University who secured a first class in graduation of the year 3 in the law degree. Delzad has successfully completed the post-qualification course of ISA conducted by ICAI, and he's also the fellow member of the Insurance Institute of India. He has successfully cleared with distinction the risk management examination of the Chartered Insurance Institute, London. He has also cleared the post-qualification course on insurance and risk management, that is the DIRM of ICAI, and achieved a distinction of securing the first rank at the All India level. Delzad is a recipient of the prestigious 17 award by the globally renowned Legal Era Group and has been awarded for his pioneering initiatives in the space of risk management and business continuity planning for organizational sustainability by the renowned BFSI Group. We welcome you, Delzad, and I again request Mustaqim to please welcome him with a token of appreciation. And our next panelist for today, CA Sagar Dani. He is a qualified chartered accountant and has over 18 years of experience in internal audits and risk and governance. Prior to joining Rebel, Sagar was working with General Mills as the head of Audit Center and Global Quality and Risk. Additionally, Sagar has also been associated with organizations like JP Morgan in the capacity of AVP Operations Risk, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank. Sagar is based out of Mumbai, and on a personal front, he enjoys reading books, watching movies, and social gatherings. Welcome, Sagar, sir. I again request Mustaqim to please welcome him with a token of appreciation. Over to you, Purvi, for the honor.
A very good afternoon to all of you all. So today's corporate environment is exceptionally challenging and has present critical new age issues from the boards to the recent past. While the corporate valuations are derived from the intangibles, there is a lot of focus on human capital management. The pandemic has brought along a plethora of new age risks related to corporate resilience, supply chain, risks related to audit and reporting quality, especially with respect to the work from home environment. The global macroeconomic issues, the geopolitical risks have also climb in the forefront of concerns for business leaders. Apart from the traditional internal audit practices, there are additions to the evolving issues of ESG, which is quite a game changer. Leading audit committees are required to expand their focus to ensure they are appropriately prioritizing current challenges. Most of them are still in the early ages of confronting these issues. The committee may seek inputs in these times from those they trust within their sphere of influence, such as fellow board members, independent directors, auditors, third-party advisors, and management. There is an opportunity for the chief audit executive to strengthen its function as a trusted advisor to the audit committee. In terms of this context, I would like to throw open a question to Delzad. What are the key parameters which are critical from the perspective of building an effective risk management strategy? And what should an organization keep in mind to successfully achieve those strategies?
So, good evening, everyone. Hope you have had a great day and you've had a lot of speakers coming and bombarding you with a lot of information. But I think that's part and parcel. There was a stage where all the auditors would crib कि हमें data नहीं मिल रहा है, हमें information नहीं मिल रहा है, teams are not sharing this with us, not sharing that with us, and now all of a sudden there is so much of an information overload that now the point is कि अरे data बहुत आ गया sir, अभी क्या करूँ इस data का? Right. So thank you, Purvi, for the perfect introduction that you very correctly gave on geopolitical risks and other emerging risk areas like ESG. So in terms of the key parameters which are critical to build an effective risk management strategy, I'd maybe like to highlight what I believe are the top 4-5 areas. First things first, it's extremely important that you have a functionally independent second line of defense, that is risk management. So today you could be working for the industry, you could be practicing chartered accountants who could be having clients. First thing is ask your client, do you have a functionally independent risk management function? It's common to see organizations have a chief human resource officer, chief financial officer, chief technology officer, but do you have a chief risk officer whose job is 24/7 by 365? All he will do will be responsible to identify risks for the organization. Because it's not that today you can identify a risk and tomorrow you just forget about it. Continuously, you have to be at it all the time. Secondly, what is your internal governance structure? Do you have what is called an operational risk management committee? Do you have an information security committee? Do you have a market risk management committee? Do you have a credit risk management committee? So all of these committees need to be there, comprising of MANCOM members. They should meet at least once in a quarter and review the position related to risk. Because please understand one thing, that today, if your boss tells you to do a particular thing, let me be very honest. Are you going to have the courage 9 out of 10 times to say a no to him? Think about it. Why am I saying this? Because when you send that message that the top people are interested in risk, automatically everybody falls into line. And the message is rock solid and clear to everybody that you have to take risk management seriously. Third, do you have a board-approved risk management framework? Do you have risk appetite and tolerances well defined? Do you know how much risk to take? See, today the biggest problem is that when a new proposal comes, or everybody has a different view, that should we accept this business? Should we tap this geography? What do we want to do? What next? The proposal came, now what next? You take 10 people in 10 different rooms and all 10 of them will give you a different perspective. That's where the problem comes in. That if you have one risk framework, you have one appetite, one tolerance, everybody should speak the same language. Right? So that's number 3. Number 4, what you have to check is that every function should have a risk champion, because he who does his work day in and day out best knows his work. So every function should have a risk champion who will identify risk and keep reporting the risks. That will be his job. Next. Do you have a product risk management committee or a process risk management committee? Now, what is the role of these committees? It is one thing that you are waiting for a thing to happen and then reacting to it, but that's not what risk management is all about. I'm sure Purvi and Sagar both will agree with me that risk management is basically about adopting a proactive approach and not waiting for things. So as internal audit, now go into the next step of it. That how is the organization culturally mature? Are they waiting for a thing to happen? Or before the product was launched or before the process was rolled out, did they first sign off on it and then do it? And last of all, in terms of building a risk management strategy, to the perfect opening question which Purvi has asked, it's important to have a risk management function which continuously is at it. You have to be a people's person. I mean, when people come and ask me, okay, what is it that you need to be to succeed in risk management? I say, okay, if you're not a people's person, this is not the profession for you. I'm being upfront honest, because this is not a function that you think, you can sit in one corner of the office doing what you want, let everybody else do what they want. No, you will have to take them along with you, keep meeting them every quarter, find out what new risks are. So these are some of the thoughts which I thought I must lay down in terms of what's important for an effective risk management strategy for the organization to succeed.
Thanks, Delzad. As rightly said, you need to have a chief risk officer, as you have a CEO, COO, CTO, CFO, but very few organizations are proactive and have a proper CRO defined and a risk management function defined in the organization. Like, who would have thought before COVID-19 that actually the entire BCP, DRP will kind of be actioned? In fact, the geopolitical risks have moved up in the agenda in this extreme political volatility. In this highly globalized business environment, these risks affect all companies, regardless of whether they operate from India or they operate globally, because of the supply chain management, the cyber security, and the business continuity, amongst others. Only if you could have predicted that in the recent turn of events, even the World Economic Forum in its recent report in July 22 did not include the political disruption as conflict in one of the top 10 risks. So the assumption was that there was no immediate threat, or that exposure to geopolitical risk in an organization is far away, and simply as a function of where it is located has proven false. Again, I would like to throw this question to both my panelists, Sagar and Delzad, on what are the top 10 risks that they envisage and what keeps them awake at night, and what is their approach towards managing or mitigating them.
Hello, I hope everybody is sort of awake, listening, right? So our meeting shouldn't be this boring, huh? It doesn't have to be that boring. We can make it a little interactive also. I think I belong to currently a startup called Rebel Foods, and people don't know much about Rebel Foods, but when I talk about Behruz Biryani, One Story Pizza, Lunchbox, etc., then people immediately react, okay, I had your product. And then sometimes some people complain also, biryani mein wo dum nahi raha abhi pehle jaisa, right? So part of the game. So it's a late stage startup after sort of with MNCs like JP Morgan, ICICI, HDFC Bank, etc. It was a conscious decision to go there. So, I mean, what keeps up in this particular company or industry, and probably it will apply to a larger arena also. What are the top risks which, I mean, we should sleep well? Recently, I was listening to Flipkart's roundtable, and the same question was asked to Walmart's PAE. So he said that because of Walmart, I sleep well. So But I mean, the areas of concern where we should work for. So for my industry, equivalent to say pharma, etc., we create something which people consume, right? So they consume it, it goes inside the system. So food safety and related laws. And for example, it's not just about laws. We try and do over and above what sort of suggests. So in a way, if I broaden this a bit, this could be like a whatever legal and regulatory aspects applies to your particular industry, that can be one of the top risks. And some of the aspects, you should not just follow to the T the law, you should do more. And I can give an example, say, POSH, prevention of sexual harassment, applicable to everybody, right? We should not be just doing what is being told in the law. We should be seen to be doing more than what law says. And that's the brand value. Recently, we are talking about our IPO, etc., and we met one of the big fours, and this
There is the operation risk or operation risk. I mean, we have very extensive SOP just to ensure standardization and everything. And same for other areas, we have cost and especially whether especially no, it's a and more often the most established. It's just these companies and somebody else and never gets something. It's something in the group. Should have the see आणि तुमचा भाग जर मटेरियल असेल तो घेऊन जा म्हणजे नंतर प्रॉब्लेम टेबल का फक्त नेमप्लेट बाकी काही नाही but we really that stop sugar that we really ask. There is it is cybersecurity, and in cybersecurity, one of the important yes. You do not know. In my how we can the other aspect of security. So that is something which technology is awareness is something which and will there be I don't know what there is and I think is a risk which change the way we work. Every work from anywhere the moment I do was appreciated so I think which actually do if I was to just say this is top 4-5 which maybe I like to begin with counterparties. So many of our businesses or many of the professions we are, the reality is that there is a dependence that we have to get our money on a timely basis from our agents, paper, on a timely basis from customers. But one question for all of you to ponder over. How often are you carefully monitoring the activities of your counterparties? Once in a month, there is a need to keep doing that because you have to not just ensure that you operate as a going concern. It's equally your counterparty which needs to operate as a going concern. And where you believe that recoverability could be an issue, you have to plan out in a way
and maybe even advise your clients or your organizations that do not park all your eggs in one basket. That if tomorrow if one client goes bankrupt or if one customer goes down, you are left empty gap. So counterparty risk and its management is something that definitely keeps me out of bed. Secondly, I would say what is called the mark-to-market value of your investments. See, today there is a lot of surplus cash also in the market. A lot of your financial sector institutions get money from their property. Again, my question for all of you all. What happens to that money at the end of the day? Where does all that money go? Till that time, a payout or an outflow happens, that money is being invested somewhere. Be it in the debt market, be it in the equities market, be it in the real estate market, it is being invested. Tomorrow, what happens if the debt market goes down or the equity market goes down? So it's extremely important that you do a qualitative assessment. And as internal auditors, I think this is a big area that look forward to coming your way. A big upcoming area, and that is evaluating whether the companies or your clients have made their investments in companies which have strong fundamentals, good, reasonably good technicals, and how often are the companies monitoring the value of their investments. Because tomorrow, I cannot go back and tell my client that, you know what, I know you have given me an insurance cover, principally I represent an insurance company. So you know what, I will not pay you your thing. Why? Because I invested the money. And now the equity markets, I can't say that, right? I'm sure all of us will say, I've got nothing to do with it. I want my claim money because that's my rightful due. Thirdly, definitely touching upon to an extent on Sagar already spoke is the information security effort, but in a different light. Listed entities have to protect information, particularly in that period when you are about to declare your results. And all of us are in the position of giving all of confidential information at that point. Let's be fair. If you are in the finance team of your organizations or in auditing these teams, you know how do you protect and preserve that information, particularly considering that what COVID brought in was work from home. And even after COVID is maybe on its way, even after so how do I know? How do I know that an employee who is maybe working from home today, what is he up to?
Every time अच्छा
At the end of the day, you are as strong as the weakest link in your chain. You have to get 100 shots on target.
So the double.
The hacker has to only get you out once, and that's enough. to get you out. So that is something which particularly worries me a lot. Then the next step coming from again an insurance sector, fraud prevention and its management. It's extremely important that people who genuinely deserve to be paid get their claim monies. But at the same time, if there are frauds happening, it's important that you arrest them slightly. So an emerging risk area is continuously evaluating and checking what are your triggers for fraud. It's not enough that if you just formulated a list of triggers, then you don't keep reviewing. Are those triggers built into the system to give you real-time updates for investigations? How often are you consulting the business people to engage with them and have that knowledge driven process? Ask them what are the frauds they have also witnessed. So you can make your systems and processes stronger. So fraud prevention and management is a big area. This needs to be arrested, and this is a big area for internal audit procedures. And finally, maybe the fifth area, according to me, and the 10th area, of course, overall, It would be incomplete if I didn't talk about reputation risk management, a big game changer. वो पुरानी कहावत है ना कि सुबह जब चाय पीते हैं तो जो आदमी अच्छी नींद गुजार के उठा है चाय पीते हैं जो भी शो करते हैं वो सब So how often is a company actually monitoring what is the adverse media publicity about you in any regional or national area or any social media or any handle? What are your customers saying? What are your channel saying? What is your mechanism to ensure that it is small and this for all of you as internal auditors? How often actually involved in an internal audit or regulation risk management for the organization? If tomorrow, God forbid, a MENCOM member is accused of some malpractices and this, what is going to be your strategy? Don't bother answer. The very fact that you have to strengthen means you are. Because the calculation that you should make up your scheme. If this happens, this will be together. If this happens, this will be together. So that what already when that situation actually happens, you don't start swinging thinking, now what do I do? You can't prepare for a war between a war, right? You always I would say reputation is a big risk area that is coming up. And I feel that the internal audit community can add a lot of value if they have diverse experiences in these areas. So these are some of the things that particularly you keep me awake at night and keep me awake every single day.
Thank you, Delzal and Sagar. I think a lot of food for thought.
Last session सब पहले खत्म हो जाएगा बाथरूम
somebody is getting out of the car when a black person opening a car door. And it was color and it has within minutes it on divider and sort of I mean in 10 to 15 minutes board of directors got alert next for design. So social media and the this speech we are late in India is the ESG, the environment social. The risk is because we don't know what the housing VRSR. Ladies and gentlemen, come to all this maybe very discussion. So do we really know how to measure where are we in that?
Lots of food for thought. I think most of our participants will, if they are from the industry, will open their risk registers and start looking at it. Internal auditors will have lots of value addition to give to the clients on the risk management framework and the risk registers. So my next question is that, earlier the business leader had a mindset of we want targets, there are milestones, but now it's in the modern enterprise, the agile, nimble, and value-added strategies. A lot of thought is being put in people and processes. In an environment built on foundations of trust, internal audit can identify the risks, evaluate the solutions, and engage with the business to be an advanced enterprise. So Sagar, what according to you is the future of audit function and what are the skills that are required to be relevant in the profession?
Audit functions from the industry
So, how do you see right now the implementation and value? We talk about future. Let's see the value. You have mind.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting question. Unfortunately, this is my first year of internal audit in my company. I was more into operational finance, and I'm still continuing with the operational finance role. So for the start, as of now, we are taking up payroll, procurement, and all those functions. We have not thought about as a department to take up a reputation test, far-fetched.
Then I ask you that, and that's how we are ready to do it. How do you think the audit program can do this? Because at the same time, I is this organization. So what are organizations for and based on that, if you are explain this as just department is there, you have this that talk about it for nice to have this department. But we as a change what we really know what future, what we remain in future. How do we give value to manage are we talking about are we addressing what is keeping the management be agile enough for business at the start of the year, space planning and do the in our audit doing some kind of the CFO was saying that I don't know whether it is integrated well, are there in process. We have to be agile, to be able to space the program and create a time how it is and we are not using maybe so we are to lead it. So for us to be so what skills? Skill number one, you should know your business. Even if you are you should have access to all the systems. Next one. What are the different marks? In our company, it's a category clear. No company PFC, family, primary, and all this. So we don't have we don't have access. So you have to right. पूरा दुकान ले लेता हूँ एकदम सामने से निकालना चाहिए तरह से एकदम लो क्लैरिटी में रखता है जैसा क्लैरिटी रखता है ना लो रखता है हाँ देखो कितने एमबी में बनाए हैं कितना मतलब 5 MB का बनाया अच्छा नहीं वो स्टार्टिंग में है और मेरा कितना है आपका 14, 15, 25 है
We should have an ability to negotiate, but it's not what we are.
I can't.
Negotiate.
16 तारीख को proposal देने के लिए आया था।
Be visible. We try to avoid the be visible, see the call to the part. And we try to see what to the part. But second one is technology is critical transformation. What is ChatGPT, what is OpenAI, how is the which companies which the companies there, how are we going to use? So we have to see not from the audit perspective, the business context perspective, how will you audit? You organize how it's ChatGPT to actually how to audit. That is digital smart. We have to use this. We cannot now basically what we have, what our business how. Usually we have to develop stories. So these are highly broad focus case. Thanks.
Thank you, Sagar. So, in COVID, during the pandemic, we've seen that all organizations had to realign their resources, workforces. Everybody was thought about making a change to the entire HR activity. So, to emerge from any crisis, it is crucial to reskill the workforces now, anticipate what can happen and reskill. So, what are the key skills that one would potentially able to change with crisis situation? And what would it mean in terms of upskilling for the internal audit and the risk management specifically?
Okay.
So I smaller question. A quick show and
मैं बस 16 तारीख पे
okay, not well, I think that was almost 50-60%. Right? For the moment, even the people who say they don't know how to drive, think that you know that. So here's my situation here. And again, I'm going to over the question here. So here, we are driving a car, driving. There is a policeman waiting behind the tree. He is waiting. In scenario that the moment your car goes into a no entry zone, that is the time to show. Scenario.
क्या करूँ?
Scenario number 2.
ये 5 दिन क्या करूँ? निकालूँ लिखूँ?
500 meters before your car is about to
confirm पूरा निकल जाएगा पूरा.
He raised a red flag at you. Trying to tell you, why don't you look this direction?
पूरा जा रहा है.
Quick show hands. How many people remember you are the driver of the car? How many people vote in favor of scenario 1? What is the problem? How many people in favor of scenario 2? You have to choose. I can see many people are not raising. Catching the people who didn't raise their hands. Once again, how many people in favor of scenario 1? 2?
ये है ना 16 तारीख का.
Yes, sir.
एक प्रोग्राम था, एक प्रोग्राम था, 2 प्रोग्राम था.
Scenario 2.
2 प्रोग्राम. एक 16 तारीख को एक प्रोग्राम था ना. जो वहाँ पे पाव पर खाना था.
We are talking from point of view of policeman or driver?
Driver.
उसका बड़ा ना. ITT, LCS, orientation,
drivers. So I will prefer second option. And save. Yes. Yes.
Why? What's the problem? Give the
If I breach the law, then I pay the fine. But if somebody is proactive in telling me beforehand that you are about to breach the law, don't do it, then I'm saved from paying the fine.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Behind you, you also said
Why? Like it's a preventive measure. Someone signaled to me that I'm going in the danger zone where I'll be non-compliant. So similar like an internal auditor can red flag and show that the enterprise can enter the red zone. Last view, the training picture. Yes. Why scenario 2?
Sir, you have just said before that you need to prepare for war in the peace, not in the war. If I have break the law and if I have crossed the that no entry area, and that if policemen come up, then I would be in the situation of war. I have to pay the fine or I have to make the settlement and I have to go. But he has shown me the
example very
So I got the beforehand, I got the intimation that I'm going to break the law. So it's better to make a preparation before that.
all the correct views you are giving. The scenario I gave is because it's perfectly linked to the very valid question that we just asked. In terms of what is the future skills that CAs need to have, or what is it mean? First and foremost, please understand one thing. That if you are going to prepare 500-page report stating what went wrong, what do you want them to do with that report? Where is that report going to lie one after you are doing? I don't want to sugarcoat. Where is that report going to lie? I don't want to answer that. You answer that in your minds. But instead of that, if you can be proactive, you tell them what can go wrong tomorrow sitting today, like the policeman who waved the flag at you, then you can be rest assured that they will take you that much more seriously. Even if he still doesn't take you seriously once or twice, you still send his thinking well score. You know what he had told me this. So the first skill for the future is move out of this mindset of preparing beautiful because analysts for. Trust me, there is nothing happening. The board today expects more. They want you should tell them the solution, not the problem, and tell it before you reach to. So that's one. Secondly, of course, being technology savvy, because using paper is a important part. So you have to be well versed in technology. You know how to use this, understand them, and know how people can even work around the system. Why do you think that very often in internal audit we have people from the business to join internal audit? What's the reason? On a writer note, old saying, to actually keep certainty. It's because he's worked on the other side. He knows what will happen when. So bring him out yourself. He will tell you a lot. Thirdly, interdependency of systems. Today you've got so many different systems processing so much volume of data. It's important for you to understand whether the data is flowing accurately between systems or not, and whether the systems are giving out the correct results to you or not. So that, to my mind, understanding the interdependency of systems, understanding the interdependency of functions, eventually audit or risk management, they come to the job in silos. They need. So to that extent, you will have to understand who is using your system and eventually how are you going to know more about that. Next, too much data. I began with the analyzing that. Too much data. What do you want to do? So, detect outliers and for that using analytics is important. Because you've got so much volume of data, and your teams need to be skilled at how are they going to sift out the main thing out of that data. Otherwise, it's very simple to get lost. Ladies and gentlemen, very simple to get lost. You are exposed to so much data. So the outliers can be detected through analytics. So that and we face. Using that, so
very important.
एक कल था जो शुरू था अभी तो आप तो खत्म हो हम जाते हैं वही तो रहा
Most important. Whether the information that you get was actually reached them in the way that you wanted it should reach them. How do you know if somebody else has not done his own to share information? So to my mind, having a strong grip watching will be something that we need. So basically there are many factors which is going to shape up these functions in future, which the CAs will impact, the teams will need to have. Among the few key ones, being technology savvy, understanding impediments, using analytics, using blockchain. These are some of the things which I think are will be extremely critical. Along with the mindset, you are part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Exactly, you just spoke about data analytics. Getting the right information at the right time is very important today. Because as Sagar had earlier mentioned, that internal audit is having a shift rather than looking at the annual risks now, it's more you have to look at it at a continuous thing. So, you know, your audit plan will be more agile. You will have to start looking at this on a quarterly basis, half yearly basis. Use of data analytics is a very powerful tool for the IA function to help assess and take the rights to assist the management for the control. IA has become very dynamic, data driven. Major problems that you encounter while conducting internal audit and risk assessment. What are the technology tools that are you using? And these tools really help you overcome the report problems.
So, let me try to decode this question please. First step is what are the problems that are being faced. Next is what are the technologies which or the tools are which help us will really help us. So beginning with what are the problems that we face. Before I give way, would anybody here like to share what are the typical problems that they face? Anybody? Yes, would you like to share? Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Like non-standardized data or too much data.
Okay.
So these are like the main area that we face that you know that creates a problem for the data analytics also.
Perfect. So very well identified. The first big area is what we call data governance or data quality. And with that large volume of data that is there, to what extent can you actually place reliance on that data? Or there is a lot of data. So how are you going to sift out what is important out of that data, which will help you to carry out your reporting to the risk management committee and to the audit committee? Is one big area which needs to be explored. If you talk about a financial system, there is one system which is being used for revenue. There is another system which is being used for expense. All of those systems are getting integrated into a master system, something like an AWACS, which is like an EDW or an enterprise data warehouse. Then that data is again going to the financial accounting system eventually. In this entire line, what is the data governance and data quality? To what extent is the data flowing accurately from one system to another? And whether it is equal to that results. It's extremely important, and that is an issue that is indeed placed when we look at the internal audit element or the internal audit side of it. Second thing is that we began the idea very correctly talking about the emerging areas and geopolitical risks. We saw what happened. The day the Russia-Ukraine war was declared, the market went down in such a big way that all severe options riders. And the worst part of that is that actually happened on a Thursday, which is the day of your weekly settlements.
Why am I taking this example? Those who got affected must be smiling in their minds. With big, but emerging risk areas which are there are new areas emerging like cybersecurity. Sagar gave very good insights on many areas related to information security risk. So the next big area is particularly that how many of us are actually spending time to upskill ourselves. See, eventually, why is a client coming to us? That is my question to all of you. Would anybody like to take that? Why is the client coming to you? Actually, you cannot do this. Promise me only. Exactly. So the client is coming to you because he is expecting something more. He wants the next level start. Now, in terms of offering the right services, it's extremely important that at all points in time, the teams are adequately skilled to identify what are the new and emerging areas that we could look at. Because only when the upskill will happen, will we be in a position to identify risks for the client. Although that matter, you are part of the industry, part of your organization, like I am, in the upskilling element becomes extremely important. Now, moving on to the next slide. In terms of what are the tools that can help you face those challenges? First, definitely, yes, your analytics will help you out without fail. It's in today's time, I'll be very honest with you that it is extremely difficult for me to see and run audit that it succeed and add value to the business, not technologies. It's not going to. So how are we going to devise their systems to throw up the outliers? Again, please note, what are the false positives, what are the negatives? That is where the majority of people want to come. That okay, you put things in the system positively, but you are going to identify what the system tells you. Otherwise, why are we having internal audit? Maybe we just want to have a word with the anything is possible with the advancements. So, how do you detect the false positives and the false negatives? That again is equally, which is what I call the third area, which is the area to work on, which is maturity of the so analytics are going to help you out. Reporting the right areas.
Sindhu group and Sindhu group.
Next area is
ये सिंधु ग्रुप है ये धनुष वाला ये धनुष साले इससे कोई एक तो जमा की शावन को तो नहीं शबर नहीं पड़ी थोड़ा सा ये होगा लेकिन तो शबर नहीं पहले तो sections are there.
Governance tool. I call it governance. So now Institutes would be very correctly asked. Like to what extent are they really helping you out? Like if you will have a regulation position, like what you will be that's 9 hours. And you all know it because the billing to the client is not 4 hours spent, right? So you all
you don't have to
because
when you read this
so you know Eventually, they will make questions like how risk mature are you, how culturally international. And all of them, school is eventually, how to make your organization more culturally mature. Is every employee of the organization done for the appetite and tolerances? Extremely important for that to happen. Because only then will you say there is risk management and the employees, risk management. So the real test, so take this as the real KPI. If you really want to succeed as an internal auditor, make it known to the company that they don't need. At least that's what I believe. Because the business is itself now risk mature, itself audit mature, and they are they don't need you. And they can say that with confidence that the organization doesn't need an audit function, you may your.
So when I was in JP one of my executive directors said that you have to make like in spoke about risk champions in the business. So we ran a program for extensive 2 years, know your risk and everybody is a risk manager. And our idea was, which was even by Sudhir, that there will not be a requirement of you in the organization. Everybody should take care of it. And actually, we had a wonderful results. And we started getting data privacy first time. So highly data privacy incidents, phishing incidents. So the number prior to awareness versus number later on quite high. We feel more secure that because everybody on the front is now. And one more input on the data analytics. Businesses are using data analytics for nowadays. And for example, just to tell you how Rebel is using. So we may be having a kitchen somewhere here. We have 300, 400 kitchens across. So how much pizzas are going to get ordered today? They already know through data science. Prepare it, and that's why they can sort of give you really 10-15 pieces based on last 3 or 4 years data. They can do that. And it is pretty almost like 91% accuracy. So it is doing wonders. Our auditors are this. For example, whenever we do audit, and we do a lot of inputs to the management because the management management what is being lost here. Then they, for example, our material was not reaching to all actually was again related habits to data science team, etc. There were some issues it was not reaching, and as soon as one material of results not available, we activate so that customer should not order and face the issue like okay, sir, it is not available. So we deactivate. So we told management that see our enabling process is not working fine. It's a little plain statement where you say that okay, yeah, I know there is something, but very data science team within our audit team worked out that for last 6 months, how many times these products were deactivated and what is the revenue loss? As soon as that number arose, management immediately sort of realizes the fact that this is a low website. What can be done about it? Can we do automation? Immediately, product teams will call and they will ask you to stop. Today we are in a path of great. So regarding everything, if we can wonder outside. We are not using, we should start with. We have to start with it.
Thank you, Delta and Sagar. Beautiful insights. So as we all know, that all of that evolving technology landscape and cyber security and cyber threats are something which are very tough, which are posing a great risk to the company. Also, with the new technology, a lot of organizations turn to advanced technologies to streamline their operations. A lot of them are using chatbots like OpenAI, ChatGPT has become very, very popular. While this technology can certainly offer many benefits, there are a lot of threats, risks also associated with it. Like Sagar earlier said, data protection, data confidentiality, inaccurate information, ownership, intellectual property, moral rights are inputted by the employees. What are the challenges in front of a chief audit executive due to this digital transformation? And what are your views on ChatGPT? And is it a boon or a bane for audit and risk management professionals?
How many of you use ChatGPT for questions? So any example, what question you asked on ChatGPT? Talk about it. Mine is coming here.
Right there.
So I use ChatGPT to identify areas which for my audit that I was planning to perform. So what are the key areas which I can identify that I need to focus on? So I use ChatGPT for that.
Now I don't need Raj, I need ChatGPT. So I think when RPS started talking about RPS 6 years back or 2006, we sort of thought that a lot of jobs will go off. I don't see that in the I think ChatGPT we don't know much. It's far from accurate. It has data in 94 and we proposed in April there will be new version. Then Google's version will come there will 5. It will settle. Somewhere when it will settle, probably it's going to be a very helpful. I mean, Raj, while devising a procurement audit will know if I am missing. But the judgmental, analytical, where there are sort of because business world is not that predictable and it will by AI. AI is as smart as we are, but we are only creating AI. I think it is going to be going to help us in future, but it will take some time. Anybody has any comments on that? It will say we will create a law other than this what I said.
ChatGPT has the natural stupidity in the sense that it has a limitation. We must understand that unless we define all the parameters, the answer is as stupid as the question. So ChatGPT is definitely a boon to the extent that many things can be coordinated at one point in time, which for a human being or in a short time, we will not be able to. But solely depending upon ChatGPT for resolving your critical problem would be a disaster.
Unfortunately, while creating that law was not created. So why it changed certain way? Businesses face a lot of issues with it. So business themselves was not knowing how to handle this. Machine was learning something else, delegate of them, adding something, not adding something, it's like stop. So I think biggest challenge we should get involved in this digital transformation. I think nowadays I am simply within I think then what we have to do is that we have to see how to audit it. If it is not getting done, and I'm saying audit is also can rather than be part and give some this kind of customer in give law and for more of it. Other than that, yeah.
Started to the superb insights with somewhere doing, I remember of this sitting which happened 2 days ago when part of my team members came up to me and said, hey, so he says in Hindi, sir, आपको मेरी जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी तो फौरन but this guy wants to make us yes, करने का ये और वो is and I started getting my research in my mind with that thought. Then maybe like now you will not need to write the audit reports because now you have changed GPT to write the audit reports. So the perspective that I'm just trying to add to what has been mentioned is that yes, it's a long way to go, and we don't know how change is essentially going to, pan out in the future. But if I was asked so many of you, I would say I don't think it is ever going to replace the human intellect. I mean, think about it this way: not every bank is going to have the same problem in wholesale banking. Not every NBFC is going to have the same problem in retail loans. Not every insurance company is going to have the same problem in claim settlement. So if you believe that in ChatGPT means that you don't require the humans or the human intelligence or the internal element has gone out of the window, that's true. At least the way things seem right now, it may make life a little easier for you, but the application, the knowledge, identifying what are the pain points for the organization after having known your business and above all your company for a long period of time, that can only happen through human intelligence. Highly unlikely that many people will start alone.
Also the confidentiality clause, because on ChatGPT is an open platform. You have so much of confidential information within the company, and when you type, you don't know where that is going. So I think that's another challenge that each company will have to face along with it. So again, when we go to the boards nowadays, so most of the boards that we go now accepted the fact that ransomware attack to hoga. There is no 100% protection towards it. But now they are saying that up a strategy where we can limit the impact of this attack. So as an organization, what are you doing to transform better protection for your order?
If there are say 100 attacks, how many of these because of the human?
It's a pay, the first one.
Yeah. And it's not really underrated. This can actually explain what this is 88 to 93%. So because see, I mean, for cybersecurity posture, we have very focused India nowadays really technologically they are as advanced. So as they are also taking up various technologically those are close, very well close. But unless you are own employee, that has happened, and we have seen this particular and becoming smart. It means real mail is coming from city bank to you. Then we make one again. And we used to do this, our cybersecurity, we used to do this. So study and earlier clips to the mail would be in the range of 70%. If I'm not going to be when it was not that reward. And towards 2018, we saw that it's hardly again, because there is human angle, there is a human area, so how to protect you here. But as I earlier, very serious. So we had across all those that and then we used to do this split campaigns and we used to publish that. We have to make your people smart because technology itself is getting smart. A lot of things are now cloud, which is very easy to get there. But if somebody use password, they don't forget that. Because then it's really know that's legal entities. Then the cybersecurity posture you have to keep checking, and for that we have to tell management. We is very well aware about the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, they are quite there is a great awareness of it. But the other industries, like ours and states, so cybersecurity, my CPO is that another proud to take anything. So, and then when we, I asked to talk to the reports of the cloud, we all will go proud one day. I'm saying this. So, we should make it the top of the town, highlight management. Because significant management will get to rate around on the next campaigns. Taking cybersecurity and grade assessments, etc. Have those certifications with you. And assure your own self the management that things are in good shape. Another industry, other companies have seen.
Thank you, Sagar. Want to add something?
Just we have a point to say that I mean, maybe share awareness about it. After a period of time, it equally becomes important to stop yes that you need business. So the perspective I'm trying to say, of course, you have to really be on a knowing basis for the simple organization work with us. But send out case studies to the employees, stating that Mr. A is like this. Warnings were given. After that, he was found to be a repeat offender. Accordingly, he or she was terminated from the services of the company. You cannot take the name of the employer, but along with creating that bit of awareness to future-proof your organization, equally you will have to make it known to your employees that thus far and go further beyond the point in time, as much as we would not like to do it, we will take steps. We will do what we have to do. So that awareness is equally important to set out the right message.
Thank you. So, Delta will talk about each organization with risk appetite, risk tolerance that one should have. So, how does one go about setting those standards or guidelines? What is that one let's consider?
Interesting and sharp question in terms of how do you assess this appetite or performance. Again, my question to your by a show of hands, how many of you all have actually helped your clients? And since the majority of the room is practicing chartered accountants, that how many of you have actually helped your clients to set a risk appetite or a risk tolerance? Anyone? Nobody. I'm really worried about this, to be honest.
I think as in-house chief audit executive, you may be privy to a lot of information, you may be allowed to do it, but as external auditors or professionals, it becomes a little bit of a issue because that's not their they say this is not their expertise. Please leave that to us as to what is our appetite and what is our tolerance. So having limitations to it from an external side, how does one look at it? From your side, maybe as a chief audit executive, you may be privy to it and you may be involved in setting that up.
So I think it's that how do we look at it from an external view? Now, why we want this waste the that you have to do your the interplay and do your bit at the end. And that can be done. When maybe you do a bit of research on your peer group, where you've got so much information that so many companies are actually disclosing details about their risk products as part of their annual report. So understanding what the peer group is doing, understanding what the risk practices are doing, you can go one step further and make that recommendation to your clients. That this is how I think you should revise your risk tolerance. Now, whether or not he accepts it, he or she accepts it is secondary. But if your analysis is good, if your analysis is spot on, trust me, he'll come back to you. He'll definitely come back to you and say, you know what, I got these inputs from you. I went back home, thought over it, these were really good switch game. Can we do some stuff together? May not be necessary. It's eventually about what is the value which is brought on the table, which is what the there is some wire which first you want to definitely practicing if it needs to complement this, helping out the organizations to the extent you can to develop the tolerances. How the next thing comes and how do you do? When you talk about setting an appetite, the way you set your appetite is then understand what is the key measure of a good performing business. Can anybody tell me how will you measure the performance of a banking company? Just an example, banking. Anybody wants to take a stab at it? Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. NP was exactly the word. Next question. How will you measure the performance of a manufacturing company? Anybody? Yes. So you want to say something? Production, excellent. Again, the answer I exactly wanted. Third, how will you measure the performance of an insurance company? Any grade one. Okay. Sorry, somebody said something related to claim. Correct. Premium versus claims. What is that called? Combined ratio. Insurance fund. So fantastic answers by all of them. Similar. I say, okay, look at A. So maybe the likelihood will be not more than what should be. It's not. The insurance company basically, you know what, out of every 100 rupees that I collect, I don't want to be paying more than 99 as claims. And that can be done to select your clients. So what? So each one of measuring the metrics down your ratio. So let's say, okay, I ask for manufacturing companies and production ones. So is at least 80% of being used. Is my absorbed so this is not the core priority deciding the performance of your company. So you have to think when you are see what is this business and what are the core parameters which define the success of this business. And eventually you have to build your parameters. Again, you have to have that what is the strategic vision of the organization is really important because not one, it's not necessarily that the way markets okay. So again, it will be protection to every company, to every industry you are in. But understand what is important to build a sustainable business with strong balance sheet. To my mind, see what we discuss the role of an internal auditor. So we'll see the people is very much strong. That's how it's
Time travel.
so risk appetite, this say for example, all the people, all users from same organization. And say for example, each individually take you 4 people in these groups and I write down the points. If you sir are telling me some answer, which is different from the answer which you sir are giving. You sir are really giving the answer. I have a issue. I will see problem with that because appetite means that all of you all eventually put the line. All of you all need to get a same answer. So when you build up that risk appetite, I think it will be how to get all of your 16 experience, all your processes into one way. Let them rational and let them decide. They what are the obvious areas. When you leave the room, everybody should have agreed on the same. And then based on what is agreed upon, you build your appetite on. Because they with their collective years of wisdom, experience, knowledge, will be able to give good strategic direction. So that's what saying appetite for your business. Next, every risk area, be it key employee ambition, be it reputation risk, be it regulatory risk, be it counterparty risk, market risk, all of these areas essentially need to have a risk tolerance. Again, if I ask sir there, the sir in the red shirt there, how will you define whether the risk is high, medium, or low? And I ask you, sir, or I ask Raj, how will you define what is high, medium, or low? If you say low, you say medium, you say high, where's that means? It's like 2 wheels of a car, either all 4 wheels go in front or all 4 wheels go behind. If 2 wheels of a car go in front, 2 wheels go behind, the car cannot go in front or under. So when you are saying tolerances means clearly defined. Okay, this is my threshold or my biometer. This is my threshold for those. And this is where, unlike appetite, which is so not at all, there are problems in operations. Because you have to involve your builder because they know they are swing, they know what are good tolerances to have. So they guarantee this, they take it upwards. So the difference is appetite starts here, goes here. Tolerance starts here, then percolates upwards, but eventually taking a decision that this is the feedback that I think. So that tolerance will be set in every area. Appetite is set in 2 or 3 top areas that happen to your business, like NPAs, combined ratio, manufacturing capacity. Tolerances will be in every risk area. And tolerances and appetite both have completely aligned. We don't have that your appetite is talking north pole and your tolerance is talking south pole. No, there has to be alignment which is happening between them. However, the whole idea behind doing this is that clearly everybody in the business needs to understand that when a new business or proposal comes to them, how will they tackle? They will have to go back, check with the appetite and the tolerance. So when it gets low, it will say no to that. Because an appetite state will not only help you, will not only help the solutions, it will also help you the solutions to take care. Eventually, not taking a risk is the biggest risk at the end of the day. So that's why it should be guys, they do it right, so which risk to take so that they can make money out of it. So these are some of the things, and all your employees should be aware of. That's the dream of your board of directors. That you translate it into a culturally make sure it's something. Even our team line is know your risk, report your risk.
About staff and about we were talking about when we were doing here, we were talking about legal exposure of the documents. Our CEO said zero cases against us, 0 notices can be taken. That's my part. When we spoke to Rex top down, we would have taken 0, we would have taken 0. That's not my cost. We spoke to middle management, we spoke to consultants, realized that then we realized no, I mean, size of we are 50 cases on an average. And exposure to the numbers. We had to have that exercise. We stop bottoms up and bottom. We had our they alignment. This is how I
So last question for the panelists. To leave other prerequisites that the chief auditor also to keep in perspective. by this management.
So when you have big analysts in this, let me speak and you just hire. So we are good.
In the same way. So, in terms of what the chief audit executive should.
अभी देखो सही हो गया था सर के ले रहा था कब से मालूम है आपको
Then the chief audit executive that all need to give importance to risk management, because only when all give importance to risk management will the middle management and the lower management give importance to it. Till that point in time, it's not going to work.
ये पेन ड्राइव कौन लेगा
Let's see. The CAE can play a very big role, I think, in today's standard. One very important regulatory change from the regulations that would be as well as the influence in the soft skills level. Agreed that our profession is a serious one, I must admit that, but doesn't mean that we need to be serious all the time, right? We don't lose out by any, or just maybe once going with the business for lunch.
RCM
Enjoy this but based on your experience, how often are you asking the auditor to be joining the party?
last time.
No, when you're in the corporate parties.
I think most of the time, even when there is an audit committee or a board meeting, the internal auditor makes his or her presentation and walk out. The lunch is served only to the auditors.
Soft skills can play a big role. Asking all the sweet executives. Please do what needs to be done. Because to follow you. Objectively analyzed all your problems right on the way to be decided. The C-suite is really not on this. It's your day, it's your action. That's right. Second, integrating this to that into expectation. That is something which is extremely important. And most of the successful checkers always start seeing ongoing times. It's not even that they've seen bad times, they've seen this that they always have plan B. You always have plan B in past. So the is to what extent is the opportunity. Is the chief risk officer also give us the culturally mature is some of the keys. The advantage of that is that tomorrow if A happens, B is the plan. If B goes wrong, C is the plan. So that way you integrate risk management as part of your strategy. In so many, incidentally, one interesting statistic I would like to share with you. I'm observing this nowadays. Then the chief risk officer and chief strategy officer will be the same individual in the organization. Earlier, that is still the trend in majority. I'm not saying no to that, but I've seen this trend now in and that's a big plus for me. Then either ensure that strategy and risk is integrated together, and if anything goes wrong, you have your risk. And finally, and most important, know what you want as a business and know what are your strategic objectives. As I mentioned, not taking risks is the biggest risk. So clearly have your appetites and tolerances laid out, so everybody is on the same page, and eventually let's ensure that from a risk maturity standpoint and from a risk culture standpoint, the organization is very up there. Even our risk management framework, the last line of our risk framework, all the tools, says every employee is a risk. That's officially documented. And then this is a way to share your view. That's what says. In a context, and I so I was soft skills, integration with strategy, and then clearly defined appetite and promises. Even politics was analysis. You can work for us. The most insurance politics for that.
Risk management is we have seen that there is the CRO and there is risk structure, which may not be present anymore. So, more often, like in my organization also, CAE and CRO role we have this knowledge. But then we have to be careful as to how once you figure that CRO and CO, you should not be able to be a doer. The CRO space, so maybe the option so you can help with the work and reviewing what we think that because you can't make on your objective opinion. So you have to limit yourself on. But we'll see.
So, any questions? For the
So is everybody waiting for it now?
नहीं मैं ऊपर जा रहा हूँ बस मैं ऊपर जा रहा हूँ जैसे खत्म होगा ये वाला बटन दबाते स्टॉप हाँ इसका ये हाँ स्टॉप नहीं मेरा है स्टॉप दबाने के बाद यहाँ ये बंद कर देना म्यूट कर देना लेकिन मुझे भी उधर ही जाना है तुरंत अभी क्या तेरा वहाँ पे कौन सा तू नहीं पहुँचा वहाँ पे सब गिर जाएगा हो गया लगता है क्या हो गया वहाँ पे माउस लेगा आ जाएगा मैं चेयरमैन का भी मीटिंग चालू कर देता हूँ ऊपर क्या बोला स्टॉप कर देना इसको डायरेक्ट करो ना स्टॉप सील कर देगा स्टॉप हाँ और इसको दबा देना म्यूट करना है म्यूट करना ध्यान से हाँ
technology or to save us the resilience. Today the budgets that are getting allocated are very high. When you very rightly ask the question regarding AI all of the being used, but at the end of the day, all of them and considering constraints do come in the way. Let's be honest. So, yes, based on the company you are in, every company every company may adopt it the way you want it to be adopted. Which says that I totally believe that the next decade form too, but you are still a strong purpose in these areas. And you will definitely see that vis-a-vis the situation today, there will be a lot of progress vis-a-vis where it's eventually. And I don't say that's a bad thing to do. And if you move from A to B, you still say that you are not happy with it because you see somebody else move from A to C. But remember, even that organization has transcended the journey, has progressed from input. May not be as much as any other organization, it's shown the progress. So that will continue to happen, and definitely AI, all of your technology will continue to integrate in a much bigger way. Because today the deadline is digitalized or not.
Some states where I could successfully do RPS on my earlier organization, it's just a audit issue happening. The physical definition is entire process was I could get you tell businesses what to say. Sometimes you add your value into their value. So whenever there's a digitalization planning happening, you should just add a couple of modules which is control. So you can ask them to add to, not add too much to the cost. But you will get those ready reports and it will be like on the go audit. So we have to make it smart. So it's always right.
Anyone else have any question?
Just to add just one thing to the incremental question that you asked. Yes, it does play a big part as to what extent you can, as we say, sell yourself or sell your idea to the people who matter. So that is again something that is very individualistic in terms of the state. So that also plays a part in terms of how you are in a position to convince for a higher budget. So that there will always be that factor which will in internal audit or in this time will play a very big role.
Thank you very much, madam. And I am really thankful to both the speakers and Purvi madam for moderating this session in such a wonderful way. I'm sure you would all agree that we have got a lot of insights and information during these sessions. And to be honest, the way the day I was asked to design a structure for this program, this was the session I was looking forward to, and I couldn't have asked anything better. Thank you so much for the wonderful informative session. I would like to ask our regional council members here, Rudesh Unkhania, to come on the stage for the closing remark and well deserved thanks to our panelists and moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhai. Thank you so much. Can you use applause for our last panelist session? I think that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Dezat sir, Sagar sir, and Purvi ma'am for this. Thank you, Mr. Bhai, for your session as well as coordination. I think seminar, one day entire seminar on internal audit has been one of its kind, where earlier a lot of sessions or seminars on technology, IA were not in place. But I think thanks to the chairman, current chairman, Murtaza sir, these all have been placed. And thank you so much for coming physically here. And I would request all of you take this time as a council member to please encourage other members as well to kindly participate in seminars and not just webinars. We're all being active in a lot of webinars. It doesn't take much time for us to click a link and, you know, side by side, keep working all the other things and keep listening. We do not know how much that goes into our head, but that webinar is on and a lot of our work, calls, everything keeps on. But I think seminars such, you know, where we actually come physically gives a lot of insights directly and to possibly network as well, because that's going to be the key. Thank you so much once again. All of these recordings, everything, if you're unaware, the video, audio recordings of all the seminars that happens at WIRC goes on the YouTube channel of WIRC. So definitely you can listen to that as well. And all the presentations are always on the WIRC website. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you once again. Have a good time.